Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations, ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations. Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period. And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive. African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations, ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations. Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period. And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive. African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations, ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations. Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period. And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive. African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations, ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations. Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period. And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive. African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations, ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations. Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period. And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive. African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations,
ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations.
Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period.
Gegenstände seien für die Missionare unchristlich
And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive.
auszustellen.
African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, a renowned Voodoo and Afa priest who also happens to be an OG international magician from Hohwe, Ghana. He has performed across Asia and Africa, entertaining and inspiring tens of thousands with the joy and wonders of magic. In 2007, along with his family, he dazzled an audience filled with African presidents and world leaders during the African Union Summit in Accra. Now back to African Magic Temple.
For over 30 years, AMT has safeguarded and educated the world about authentic West African spiritual traditions rooted in Ewe Vodu and Afa. Through thousands of hours of online content, AMT has made Voodoo knowledge and practice more accessible while redefining the global narrative around the practice. We provide spiritual consultations,
ancestral feeding rituals to honor your ancestors and empower yourself, as well as a range of various initiations.
Every year, AMT welcomes and supports practitioners and knowledge seekers from all walks of life on their journey to connecting and learning more about indigenous African spiritual practices, heritage, and philosophy. Through interactive and experiential shrine tours, AMT has hosted visitors from across the world, including groups from NYU's Public Health Masters Program and Birthright Africa, a diaspora organization based in the US. We are even working with the University of Bremen in Germany to repatriate stolen Voodoo from the colonial period.
Gegenstände seien für die Missionare unchristlich.
And yes, we did speak with the Voodoo through an Afa divination, and they are very much alive.
Auszustellen.
African Magic Temple isn't just a shrine. It's a living bridge between past, present, and future, and is undoubtedly a powerful pillar for cultural tourism in Ghana. Did you know there's a Voodoo shrine in the heart of Accra?
This is African Magic Temple, a Voodoo shrine led by Bokor Christopher Voncujovi.
I'll go. Maybe I do come back to you. What the fewer the merrier. Whenever you make. Oh, remember that you don't know. Oh, I'm an old people. This one is going like that. Me that's me. Bash.
Assassin. And not all do it. No, something I do. I'm not telling you. Something.
Come on. So when I stop paying, all those people. Me, I'm a little I'm not doing anything.
I'm me. I'm going to go. Hey, to go. I took to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nay, my demi.
I've been let back.
Let back both chakat. I made it, was here with it. You know me. You know me, land, make a okay. Let back. You know, back for you. I'm not coming back. I said, I could come and you. I created it. You know, I don't know. Mixing up and play. Chop.
That's no point. Chef. You are correct. Bahama boys. This one be a Voodoo boys. Achela. Do.
I never told you what I do. No one knows about Cherry. No, about Gentle feed. Okay. But I know what Gentle feed. Okay. Okay. No, because I Gentle feed. Take picture. Download.
Aba, ebi ebe ka go.
Use my camera. Eh?
I'll go.
No. Come che tori. Look at it. Nian tori. Here, nian tori. And that's the dog. But don't
Ya to mi ba na me ba pe dore ke gboro.
Maybe I do come back to you. What the fewer the merrier.
Onye ba yi me.
Oh, the menu that's it on one. Oh, I'm going to feed you. This one is going to what? Leg back.
a voodoo that I had been with for the past how many years, only God knows. It has worked with me in very serious situations. This is my personal voodoo. But then Akai had helped a lot of other people. So many people now come to work with Akai or let Akai work with them. So Akai is no more like a personal voodoo, but it has become a throne. That means its outreach is big enough to cover so many other communities. That's what, when a voodoo's outreach is great enough to cover other communities apart from your small community, that voodoo becomes a throne. Thank you. And then we have Johannes Mikael from Namibia. Say, how often people do not know what is religion, and people also do not know what is spirituality. Spirituality is an individual affair whereby you relate to your God personally. You don't need a group. You don't need anything. What you may need most is a teacher who will give you the guidelines to follow so that you can also be an independent person, relying on yourself and your God. There is no intermediary between you and God. That's what spirituality is. Most often, a lot of people who are religious misunderstand or misunderstood by thinking that religion is called spirituality. No, religion is a group thing founded by a particular person, and you are often told that without that human being who was once a human being, you can never see God. That's what religion and all religions preach. And religion follows a particular trend: intimidation, creating fear, and using force. Intimidation, creating of fear, and then using force to make you follow the rules of a group of people who set up that religion. So there's religion is totally different from spirituality. So when you are religious, don't deceive yourself that I am spiritual, which most people who are religious, so we are doing spiritual thing. What spiritual thing are you doing? To go and sing and dance, is that what is spiritual? That is religious. Religion depends on praises and all kind of things to make you feel as if you are worshiping God, but in reality, you are actually looking to God to give you something. You are not worshiping God, and you are not actually praising God, and you are not respecting God or obeying the laws of God. You are just finding a way hypocritically thinking that you can deceive God and get something from him. That's what religion is all about. Maybe you think that when you pray 2 times a day, then God will reward you. You pray 6 times a day, then God will reward you. Or when you dance and sing with a very beautiful God voice, then God will reward you. Those things are just you thinking that you can deceive God. If God is all-knowing and God is all present, which is omnipresent, and God is all-powerful, omnipotent, don't you know that he knows your intentions already? How can you deceive yourself thinking that you are deceiving God? Or you can play God. God is not a table tennis ball that you can play easily, or a game that you can play. Before you think, God already knows, because your inner self represents the God. So whatever you plan is already known to God. So religion is intimidation, fear and using force to convert, to move people to come into that religion or that particular organization. And if it is not a fear of going to heaven, then it is a fear of you not succeeding because you have not given enough. So spirituality is totally different. It's an individual thing, and you don't need a group. You can, once you got the lessons of life and how to live your life and live in harmony with nature, you are spiritual. And also, sometimes people make the mistake that when people are showing tourism by going into bush and going into rivers and all these things, it's called spirituality. It is not spirituality. Those are just tourists or tourism attractions. It is not spirituality. You use those to attract people who want to have peace of mind. Either they want to live in a commune or live in a place. You see, spirituality is inner self and recognizing and living in harmony with nature. That's what that spirituality is. Going to the mountain and traveling on the mountain and all these things and going to pray in the mountain does not make you a spiritual person. It makes you a tourist. Yeah, that's what it is. So I use this moment to teach about this. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. You see what I have here? It's a bowl of sand. People call it F. Americans call it dirt. You fetch a bowl of sand in whatever container you can have, and you put it in any place in your room where you feel that you want to pray to your ancestors and pray to the spirit world. And this, you can pour libation into it, and God, spirits, your ancestors, and nature will all receive and accept it. You don't need to come down, or you don't need to create a big altar. People say that you need to set up altar, put pictures on it before. No, those things are just people who do not know what they are doing. It is not pictures that matter. The image that is in your mind and your concern, the way you look at what you are doing. Because at the end of the day, your ancestors are all running in your blood, in your DNA. Whether you represent them by a picture or not, they are inside of you. And how you revere them in your mind. It is said that the mind is the seat of God. So how you revere your ancestors is known to them. They can see, they can feel it. It is not when you put their picture and put the water and all this in front of them. That's when they will see that you are praying to them. So get a bowl, pour sand into it, find a place in your, wherever, whether in your room or outside your room, and then anytime you want to call your ancestors and the spirits of nature, you go there, you pour libation. Simple. It's not anything. You don't need a rocket science to know how to pour libation to your ancestors and spirits of nature. Thank you very much. If you want to have a direct connection with the Vodus that you mentioned, and to have a direct benefit from them, then you can get initiated into them or get introduced to them. But somehow you can still mention their names and pour libation to them. But if you want to have more direct benefits from them, then you need to get initiated into them. Thank you very much, DJ, for that question. Thank you. Yeah. I was seeing some questions on this place. This is TikTok. Okay. So we had gone through Mr. President 1919. And they say, then we are now in Common Sense, who said hello, and then Chamba Musa, Bokosam Bamusa, who said good afternoon, Papa. And then someone say, you do me, I do you, watching from Germany. Yes. And then We have Justina Lanjo saying hi. Hello, Justina. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's session. And then we have someone with the name Easy J. Greetings to you, Baba. Hello, Easy J. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section. I'm grateful. Hope you and your family are doing well. And then Easy J again wins greetings to you and greetings to you too. And then we have Priscilla. My first time here. Hello, Priscilla. How are you? Thank you very much for joining African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo Education on TikTok, Facebook, Clubhouse, YouTube. We are here every Sunday. We teach about African traditional spirituality and how people can get connected to spirit world and work with spirit and live in harmony with nature. That's what we teach here. Thank you very much for joining. Then we have Born Grace. He said, Daddy, I'm into spirituality and I used to encounter many entities. Okay, Born Grace, that's very interesting. Spirituality has so many entities, seen and unseen ones. So it depends on what you have been encountering. Thank you very much for joining today's section. If you have questions, how do you know that these are spiritual gifts? Have you ever taken any spiritual training anywhere, or it is just you feel that these are gifts that are given to you? You can elaborate on them, and then maybe we can break them down and also probably guide you to know how to keep your spiritual gifts. And then we have a AMBE say, hi, are bulletproof? Why wouldn't they deceive you? If the person who said they are going to make you rich, they themselves are looking for your money, why couldn't they make themselves rich and stop looking for your small money? Think and think again. Other than that, all spiritualities are just clean and pure. Thank you. And then Stick Mellow is a greeting, sir. How do I build an indoor altar? Just by getting your table, putting things that you are spiritual items. I'm not talking about dolls and I'm not talking about toys. Get real spiritual items, and those things can be on your altar, and you can pour libation to them by getting a bowl in your room, put sand into it and pour libation into them. A lot of time people just go and buy anything looking African or looking Mexican or looking something, and they put on their altar and they begin to tell themselves that they have spirituality or spiritual things on their table. Spiritual items or icons or entities are real things. They are not just dolls. All these things you see on my table here, you see this? It has a name and there is something in it. This one has a name, there's something in it. This one has a name, there's something in it. This one has a name, there is something in it. This one has a name, there's something in it. And this one has a name, there is something in it. This one too has a name, and there's something in it. This bag also has a name, and there's something in it. In it, that something in it are all spirits. What do I mean by that? These are physical, material things, but they were made in such a way that a spirit can now connect and dwell in it and use this as their base to connect and do work. That's what spiritual things are. You don't just go and buy anything looking African or looking anything and then come and put it on your altar and you tell yourself that you have spiritual things. Spiritual things are real things. I have been in Germany, I think it's about a year ago, when I came back from Germany, when we went for a research that some of our Ewe Vodu items and icons and entities were taken away for about 130, 140 years, and they were kept in the museums and were taken by the missionaries. They were kept in museums. When we went there to see them, they were still alive, and each one had something to tell us when we consult them. So spiritual things are real things. So when you want to build an altar, get some real spiritual things. If you cannot get any real spiritual things at all, just fetch water and put on your altar. That one is alone is enough. You can pour that water for your ancestors every day and tell them that you have given them water. Thank you very much. Then we have Christian Patrice. He said, hello, good evening. Hello, Christian. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section. I'm very grateful. How are you? Hope everything is well with you. If you have some questions on what we are discussing here, you can. It's just a general platform. People ask questions about our African traditional spirituality, and that's what I am trying to answer. And then we have Ewe Nam Cindy saying good evening. Hello, Ewe. How are you? Thank you very much. And I heard about yesterday. I think, yes, I think it was yesterday or something. Unless, of course, I'm making a mistake of the person. Well done. Thank you very much, and good evening to you. And then we have Why Rush. It's a good day, Uncle. How do I get initiated into Ifa? Okay, Why Rush? To get initiated into Ifa or Afa, you have to get in our area in Ghana, we call it Afa, or in Ewe, we call it Afa, and I think the Igbos and other people also call it Afa. And then in the Yoruba context, it's called Ifa. If you are in a Yoruba place, then look for a Babalawo who knows very much about Ifa and who can initiate you. But if you are in our setting on the Afa area, which is our Ewe land, and also maybe Igbo and other ethnic groups in Nigeria who may call theirs also Afa, get to the chief priest. In Ghana, we will tell you to look for the Bokor. Bokor means a priest of Afa, which in Yoruba they call them Baba Alawo. Get them, and they will guide you and tell you the things that you need to do to get initiated into Ifa. Thank you very much, Why Rush. Then let's go. We have Media Wura. Say, I'm Media Wura. Okay, hello, Media Wura. Thank you very much for joining today's our live streaming on Africa Magic Temple, ReVodution, Voodoo Education. Thank you. I hope you are fine and your loved ones are good. Then we have Dede number 3. Say, thank you for the clarity, Papa. Dede, you are very much welcome. And then we have Don Baba Easy saying, what are the processes of the initiation or Ifa, and how do I consult you? Don Baba Easy, we are in Ghana. If you want to know the processes of Ifa or Afa initiation, please contact the number and they will book an appointment for you for consultation, and then these things can be explained to you. Thank you very much. And then we have a name with someone saying No More 26 saying good evening. Good evening, No More. How are you? Thank you. Your names are very interesting names. So I'm very surprised, but it's good that you have these interesting names. It makes me feel very happy. Thank you for coming. And how are you? How is your family and your loved ones? I hope you are all fine. Thanks a lot for joining today's section. And then we have African Art NFTS. It's a modern initiation is to study with you, Baba, and learn. We are always here. I am always here to teach. Thank you very much, African Art NFTS number 1. And then Why Rush saying thank you, and thank you too. Then we have Mira Nelson say, I am running my own business. Things are not going well for me. Okay, Mira Nelson, what you do is that when in your life, not only in business, but in everything in your life, whether it is in sickness, it's in business, it's in relationship, or it is about your life as a whole, whatever it is. When things are not going the way you wish and want them to go, my advice is do a spiritual consultation with a competent spiritualist. I'm not talking about people who come on TikTok and then wear big talismans and then put money in front of them and make as if they are so rich that money is not anything for them. Not such people. Those people are scammers. They are not spiritualists. They only pretend to be spiritualists. They don't know anything about spirituality. They are there to actually swallow you up. The little that you have, they want to take it from you. That's why they would display money and all things in front of them to make you think that they have money. And when you go there, you also get some. It's all lie. It's like, what will I say? Putting a bait. Put a bait into the river, put a small bait, and then if the fish come and eat it, then you pull it, then you catch the fish. That's what those people who do those things at all. I have power, I can fly at night, I can go this place, like pastors are doing. They're all liars and thieves. Yeah, they know that people are suffering and they take advantage of them, and they know people are vulnerable, so they take advantage of people, and that's what they are doing. Real spiritualists do not demonstrate power anywhere, and real spiritualists do not pour money, spread money, and use it as a bait to attract people so they can take advantage of them. Real spiritualists are simple people who talk in very simple terms because they know that they themselves are just ordinary human beings. It is nature and God that has power. And if you are in harmony with those things, you will also have peace in your life. And with money, with success, with progress comes peace. So I will advise that you look for a spiritualist, a real one, and do a spiritual consultation with them. And then whatever is blocking your way, whatever is stopping you from moving on, whatever is happening before your business is not going the way you wanted it to go, it will come out in the spiritual consultation, or what the Americans normally call reading. And in that reading, whatever is happening in your life that is hidden behind the curtain that you cannot see and no one can see, and that's why you are always falling down and trying but not succeeding, the reading or the spiritual consultation should be able to point them out and also give you a direction and a solution and what things to do to break that cycle of the falling down over and over again. Bokor? So please, you people should wait because my screen is off and I can't see the question. So when the Bokor comes back, our technical manager comes back, he will come and do it, then I'll continue. Thank you very much. Please do the screen for me. It's gone. No problem. Yeah. So African art. So when you, oh no, that's Mira Nelson. So Mira, so you should get a real spiritualist who will do a spiritual consultation to find out the causes of the challenges that you are having, and then it will be solved. And then why writes Admiral Nelson, sorry to hear that. I hope things turn around soon. Yeah, that's why Rush sympathizing with your challenges. That's a good one. Thank you very much. Then Black Man says, thanks for answering my question. I had a very wicked uncle who is now late. So he is my ancestor. Of course, anybody who shared blood with you is your ancestor, whether they were wicked, they were murderers, they were thieves, or scammers, or whatever. You cannot say that because they are thieves or they were murderers or they are bad people, so they don't belong to your bloodline. They do. It is up to you whether to call them and give them drink or not to call them. So, but you cannot write them off and say because they were bad people, they are not your ancestors. They are. And then black man say, I cannot connect to him because we were not friends. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It means it is not that you pray to your ancestors. That means you have to pray to every ancestor that is on your bloodline. Because there are people on your bloodline who were your enemies. And there's no way you should be praying to people who were your enemies, because why do we pour libation to our ancestors? We pour libation to our ancestors because, Pawina, come in. I don't know how we can get this a little bit closer. No, I mean, can you? Is there a way you can zoom it in? Yeah, that's much better, so that even I'm far away, people can see me. Yeah, great. You did well. So it's not every ancestor on your bloodline that you need to be pouring libation to, because when we pour libation to our ancestors, we are actually empowering them to be strong in the spiritual world in order to empower us. So if there's someone in your ancestral line who was not friendly with you, who was very wicked towards you when they were alive, there is no need of you empowering such a person again, so that the person get power and be able to attack you from the spirit world. You know, when people are physically alive, and if they want to attack you, you know how to hide. But when they pass on to the spirit world, when they want to attack you, you don't even know whether they are about to attack you or they are not about to attack you. Whatever they are going to use in attacking you, you don't know. So you don't create a situation where you will be attacked by people who didn't like you when they were alive by empowering them. That's my advice. But in a case you do a reading and such an uncle or such a person comes through in the reading and say that you should forgive them, that they were sorry for the things that they did to you when they were alive, that they needed forgiveness from you, then of course you can forgive them. And then from there, you can pour libation to their memory in order to empower them so that they can help you on the physical plane. That's what it is. So, black man, I hope that may clears your doubts and other things. And then we have Nati Forsen saying, pray for we have prayed and we'll still pray when we are done. Thank you. We have so many people who are following the host. And then we have what do you call it? Obapa Christie saying fine. Hello, Obapa Christie. Hope you are fine. Thank you very much for joining. And then somebody said love, no hate, saying hello. How are you? Thank you for joining. And then we have Oxford Cornelius. He said good evening, sir. Hello, good evening, Oxford Cornelius. Hope you're fine. And then Oxford Cornelius went on and said, please, how can you know that you are water child? I don't know how you can know that you are a water child, or whether you are a fire child or earth child or wind child. I don't know how you can know. But I believe that when you take initiation into Afa or into Ifa, there are certain energies that will be told to you depending on which oracle comes for you during the initiation, and that will let you know where you belong. And it is only that way I know. I don't know any other way. But a lot of people can tell you, oh, because you are dreaming of water every time, so you are a water child. That may not be very true. But when you don't know, you don't know. But we are all blind people, and we are walking. And one person who seems to have one single eye is trying to tell us that they know. This is what the world is, and this is what we are going through every time. But in reality, you cannot know whether you are a water child or you are not a water child until you get initiated. Thank you very much. I think we are done with that now. Okay, we have Richard K. Lambon. Say, please, where are you located? Richard, uh, how are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. We are located in Accra, Ghana, on the Spintex Road at African Magic Temple. Thank you very much. Then we have Brian 23 say, why is your reading so expensive? Because I put a lot of money into knowing what I am teaching here. No, I'm not a church where people do donation and contribute to me. I don't take money from anybody if I don't work for you. I have a house to take care of. I have a shrine to take care of. I have children to feed. I have people that work for me and I have to pay them. Where do you expect me to get the money from? I get the money from my work. So that's why I'm expensive. And what I teach and what I do, I spend so much money into getting to those knowledge. And it wasn't free knowledge. That's why I'm expensive. And then we have Street Code saying, hi, hello, Street Code. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you're fine. And then we have Jerry say, at Richard K. Lambon, Spintex, Coastal Estate, Bus Stop, close to Poga's Furniture. Very good. Thank you very much, Jerry. I'm grateful for that direction for Lambon. There. And then we have Dede say, thank you so much, Papa. Please, I have sent a message on WhatsApp to request some time with you. Okay, they will attend to you and they will alert me and let me know. Thank you very much for that. And then we have Richard K. Lambon. He said, Baba, please, I really want to talk with you watching from Holland. Okay, thank you very much, Richard K. Lambon. I was in Holland, I think last year. And then yeah, I went, and then we went from there to Bremen, and a lot of guys from Holland came all the way to Bremen to do a reading, and we did their rituals, and things have started working well for them, and some of them have already started saying their thank you to us. We are very grateful. About a year ago, and then things, their situations have changed from what it was before they met me, and I'm happy for that and for them too, and they showed appreciation. And then Richard Lambon say, hello, please read my message. Oh, we have just read it because we cannot jump the messages. We are reading, even now, we haven't even gone to YouTube or anything yet. People are still waiting there too. So when it gets to your message, we will surely read it. We are not ignoring it because it hasn't come to me yet. It may be in the queue. So when it comes to me, I'll read it. And then we have a MMC, Molato said, Daddy, please, do you mention names of the people behind us in the reading? No, I don't mention names of people. I may give you direction and descriptions, but I don't give names of people. It is not necessary to know the names of the people, but some people may tell you that they know the names of people, but I don't. Then we have a black man say, I love you because you are very honest with your answers. Oh, thank you very much. That's what Africa Magic Temple stands for. We are very straightforward with whatever we do. We are not trying to cheat. We are not trying to deceive. We are not trying to blackmail people or take advantage of your innocence just because you don't know. No, it will not work well with us. We say it as it is. You either like it or you don't like it. We don't have a problem because we are not taking advantage of anyone. We are only teaching this thing for free. There's so much that goes into what we sit here every Sunday to teach. The monies, the light bills, and all this. You know, today we moved from our studios to the living room, and we are in the dining room and doing this thing just because the air conditioner broke down. And for me to be able to fix that air conditioner, I need money. Nobody will come and say, oh, I am an air conditioner technician, so let me do it for you for free. No, it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. So if I don't charge you for the work I do, how do I get money to do all these things that I've been doing for almost 7 years now? I work for you and I work sincerely for you. When I present, you present your problem to me, I'll solve it for you and you will get results. And it is through this result that you get that will give you that happiness that you say, oh, I made a pledge to the spirits that when this thing happened for me, I will say thank you. Then you will go and redeem your pledge. And then I also get money to take care of my shrine. So, black man, thank you very much. And then Richard K. Lambon said, Baba, please, I need your help. We are here to help people who need help from us. We are not the only spiritualists in the world. There are so many other spiritualists in the world that you can approach, and they can also help you probably. But African Magic Temple, we pride ourselves on being straightforward. We know we are expensive, and we are not shy about that because we invested a lot of money into it. It is only few shrines in Africa that you see people who are graduates, some with their masters, that are priests. So we have invested so much into it. So we are very proud of ourselves that we do it as it should be done. Thank you very much. So when you approach us, we will, I don't know. I cannot tell exactly what it is, but it could be anything. It could be anything. Could be anything. So if I'm giving you any particular instant that this is what it is, I may be telling you a lie. It could be anything. Yeah, it could be a phone that you forgot that has lit up, or something, or maybe a flash from the movie or the screen that you are watching that has gone there, or maybe your power just fluctuated and then it shows power fluctuation, and then it showed that it's just a bright light. Or it could also be something spiritual. It could be anything. So I can't pinpoint and say this is what it is. You need to, if you want more information, then you need to do a consultation to find out what that was. Because even me, when I have a dream and the dream is not clear, or I see things and they are not clear, I do consultation to find out what they are. Then Dodo Abi said the light was very bright and yellow in color. Yeah, it could be anything. You know, sometimes we say Miano or Minana, they come in the ball of fire, like a glowing fire, and then they disappear. I have had a video that I had posted a long time ago when a ball of fire was jumping on a train, the railway lines. It's somewhere in my December. I have to go back, but it's there when you see a ball of fire jumping from one railway track to another, and somebody was able to video it. It was very wonderful. And I have seen also by myself when I used to drive at night, the time I used to have my photo laboratory in the Volta region, and I will be bringing materials for the photo laboratory at night. And I'm just alone, and sometimes I see this big ball of fire in the trees at night, and they are glowing in the tree. And I know that place is a thick bush or forest where there is no electricity. So those things happen sometimes. There are so many spirits in this world with us, and we cannot know them all. It's solely until you encounter them before you know those things also exist. Yes. Thank you very much, Dodu Abi, for that. And Dodu Abi went, and no one else was there, and the room lights were never lit by anyone. Okay, could be anything. Could be anything. Could be anything. You should do a reading on it and find out what exactly that light was. And then we get to, that's a very beautiful question. When you have your bowl of sand set up in any part of your room, either under your bed or in a corner of your room, when you wake up, you can pray to your ancestors at any time. You can pray to your ancestors at any time of the day. But from my personal experience, the best time to pray to ancestors is to wake up at dawn when you have not spoken to anyone, and many people are still sleeping. And that's the best time for you to pray to your ancestors, because at that time, the human activity in the world is less and spirits are active. So you can follow the Muslim prayer time. You can also follow the Christian's prayer time or any other time, because I think it is because of that understanding that before daybreak, before human activity become plenty, that's why people wake up at dawn and make noise to awake other people so that they can pray. And then also the Christians will ring the bell at dawn so that people can wake up and come to church or pray. Those who cannot come to church can pray at home. So you can actually pray at any time of the day if you choose. But if you want to have very serious and positive effects, it's better you pray at a time that you have not spoken to anyone when you wake up. So that's what it is from my side. So thank you for that beautiful question. Then Dodo Abisi, your ancestors, that I cannot tell, but of course, the blood that runs in your veins that came from your ancestors cannot totally be gone, even if you have blood transfusion. Blood transfusion is only to add up some blood to whatever you have. So in reality, it shouldn't have anything to do with your ancestors. However, maybe the person whose blood you are sharing, their ancestors also blood has started running in your system alongside what your ancestors had already given to you. So this could be the only thing. And since you don't know whose blood, who has given you the blood, then there's no need of worrying about their ancestors to pray to their ancestors. But if you know the person whose blood has been given to you, when you are praying, you can also call that person and say, oh, you pray to their ancestors because through them you also got life. That's all. Okay? So Sena Kwame, that's my answer. And then Sena Kwame went on to say, when calling your ancestors, can you use their nicknames? Yes, most people use the nicknames of their ancestors. We are Eves, Ve. That Ve is what do you call it? The letter. So it is called Ahovi. But because a lot of people cannot pronounce the V, so it becomes we like Ewe. People say Ewe. It is not Ewe, it's Ewe. And then some people even cannot say Ewe, they say Eve. So, but the word is V. So Ahovi means bad luck. Things that happen, bad things that happen to you that you just have, sometimes you encounter people. And once you start being friends with them or start moving with them, that bad luck comes to your life, destroys everything that you have made down. And that is what the Eves call a hobby. And it is in everybody's life. In some people, it could be you meet a new girlfriend, you think this lady is very beautiful, or you meet a new man, a boyfriend, you think this very man is very beautiful and handsome, and or you may have to work with the person or become partner. Moment you start moving with the person, things start going bad in your life. Everything start going bad. That is what we call a hobby. Hello, a pasiakpa. So it's like it's a bad luck, total bad luck. Your everything will spoil. That's what the Eves call a hobby. So when we are doing rituals, most of the time we try to kick all these things away from the person because we don't know which one is actually worrying you. So when we are doing rituals, we involve them all in our rituals, even though it may not show in your reading. We will mention them all so that they should leave you. There's a way to cleanse them until, of course, if it is very, very necessary and it is the one that is worrying you, then there is a special ritual that will be done for that ahovi, and they will cleanse you, and then we give it to where the ahovi is served. Sometimes it wants to go to the garbage place, sometimes to Baba Legba, or Legba will take it, or sometimes they drop it at the crossroad or wherever it wanted to be. So that is called ahovi, or ahovi as it is rated. And then Bokor, it's a spirit. But it's not a physical thing, but you can only notice it when it starts acting and working on a person. Alokbli comes when a man and another man knowingly or unknowingly slept with the same woman. Like, let's say a brother and a brother sleeping with the same woman without knowing or knowingly. or a father and a son, or a daughter and a mother sleeping with the same man without knowing. There is an energy we call alokli. It's a very dangerous energy, and it is only when it starts working on people before we can see what is going wrong. And how does it act? When alokli catches you, if the person who you have shared the same partner with, knowingly or unknowingly, visits the person who is sick, immediately you will see that hiccup will come in, and the person will be sick, and hiccup will be coming. And if care is not taken quickly, the person who is sick will die. A lot of people go to a hospital, and some nurses, unfortunately, might have shared the same doctor. And then if these nurses are attending to you in the hospital without you knowing, you can die. Even though you may not have shared any person, you have not had any sexual relationship with them, but because the two of them have alokli between them, when they meet at the same place, and you are the one who is sick, this thing will jump in and you will die. It's killing a lot of people, but most of the time people do not know this thing. So because we are all Christians or Muslims, and we give everything to God, famanyami. So it's famanyami matter, give it to God. We say we leave it to God. So that thing is called alokli. When this is, but the Eves also have a solution to alokli. So when two people meet on the same thing and one person is sick, there are certain rituals they will do so that they will cut that spirit from having its physical effect, and then neutralize it so that people can be alive. So that is called alokli. I don't know whether the white people also have it or not, but even if they don't have it, it can happen to them. And even when people are dying, people will not even know that it is this energy or spirit that is working. It will mainly work on that. That's why we advise people that when you are eating food, don't put food on a chair. A lot of people are fond of putting a bench, sit on the bench and then put their food in front of them, or water in front of them, or drink, even alcohol they are drinking, and they put it on their chair it's very dangerous. If someone knowingly or unknowingly had shared a woman with you, or you had met on the same woman somewhere or man somewhere, if you are not careful, if the person's energy is stronger than you, it will just get you. The spirit will get you and destroy you. So that is called alokli. The northern people, in the northern and part of Ewe people, the alokli is actually usually the amuna. The southern Ewe, they call it alokli. But we, the epidome, we don't call it alokli, we call it ajinu. Ajinu. That's how we call it in this thing. And then the northern people, they call it ajim. Ajim. The same thing. So alokli is the common name, that because our standard Ewe is southern Ewe, so we use that as a thing. But in the epidome, it's called ajinu, and then in the northern side, it's called ajim. Thank you for that beautiful question. And voodoo protection, which one is more effective? I would say both are effective, because ancestral protection, everybody has it, but people still face challenges. They still get attacks and all these things. But when you have a voodoo protection, it is you as an individual who is trying to protect yourself and what is dear to you. But the ancestral protection is there, and some people even don't know how to wake their ancestors up in order to even protect them. They even despise their ancestors because their ancestors were devil worshippers. So if you have ancestral protection, if you don't add voodoo protection to it, you are out. So both are important, but you need to add voodoo protection to it in order to be stronger and protected. And then we have Dinelli is inside. We were asking elders, and she was having challenges with a relationship. She is initiated into Afa, into Mami, into other different voodoos, but she's always having relationship problem. But this woman is super beautiful. She is so beautiful. So when I was asking some elders in why is this our sister having these challenges, then they said the Odu that she came with is an Odu of a Bokor who had lived before. So in her past life, she was a priest, not a priestess.
Priest.
She was a man. In her past life, she was a man. And what happened is that when she was a priest at that time, but she was sleeping with other people's wives. And the Afa had warned him many times to stop and desist from doing so, but didn't listen. And when the person died, it came back. This is a kind of a payback time. Like a karma. It's a karma. It's not like karma. That's a karma. That's what the Hindus will call it. That is a karma. But in our own way, we don't have that word karma in our distinct. But they will say it is because your past life, what you live. That's why in this life, yes. But people, if nothing comes up in your reading, you worry about who you were in your past. It's just a worry, because at the end of the day, you cannot go back into your past. You can only do what you can do here to make your current status or your current appearance on this phase of life a better one. So you have to work on it. But of course, you have all the right to ask questions whether you had been here before or you hadn't been here before. But even some of the Odus that will fall for you in a reading already will be telling the priest that you had been here before. Yeah. So it is okay to ask. There's nothing wrong with that, DJ. Thank you for sacrifices after. Everything will still be same or worse. Okay, it's a very interesting question. When a reading is done for you, and the reading does not point to the questions that you ask the oracle, when the reading didn't tell the exact things that you spoke on your money and did not give you an insight into what was happening in your life before you are doing the reading, and the reading is telling a different story, totally different story, then you should know that the oracle didn't pick your information properly. Even though the oracle has fallen, it did not pick your information correctly, in the sense that the divination chain that is being thrown, some are just empty divination chains. They don't have the power to talk. They don't have the power to be able to scan the information and then give out the results. That's why when I do a reading for you and you tell me that the reading didn't tell anything about your whatever you spoke, I'll go back into it and break it down after I listen to what you said. Now I'll point it to you. This is where the reading is telling you that because of this. That's why it said so. Because of that, it said so. Because of that. Then now we cross-check what you said and what my oracle has said. Then when we are on the same page now, understand that, oh yes, the reading actually was pointing to my problems. Then we will go into the rituals that we will do for you to balance whatever was the imbalance in your life. So if these things are not done, and Bokor just throw Gumaga, whether the Gumaga speaks or not, they say, oh, this is what has fallen for you. And you also did not tell the Bokor that, no, this is not what I spoke. And the Bokor went back into the reading to ask Afa what you are now speaking, and asking the Fa until Fa agrees and tells the right thing to do for you. Sometime a reading will be done, rituals will be done, but you will not see the effect. Things that are going wrong in your life will continue going wrong in your life. And sometimes it even goes worse. And one more thing is that there are different type of Bokor. Let me use the Ewe word, Bokor. There are different types of Bokor. And then this being initiated into Fa alone does not guarantee that when you do a reading or you do a sacrifice, it will be successful. There are so many people who have been initiated into Fa. Instead of them taking the time to learn the working of Fa and how to do a ritual to make the ritual work for the people, a lot of people or a lot of Bokors are in a hurry to make money, to say, I'm a Babalao, I am a Iyanifa, I am this, so that they start taking, or I am a Vedusi, I am a Hunsi, I am a Hunno, and quickly start to do work for people just because they are interested in getting money. They may do a ritual for you, but it will not work because they have not learned the intricacies of how to do a ritual for the ritual to be successful. And then there are some initiations that you as a Bokor, you need to get, so that when you get that initiation, when you do a ritual, no matter what, the spirit world will have to respond and make it happen. But majority of Bokors do not even know that such things exist. That's the key, the irony or the pity of the whole thing, that some Bokors didn't even know that such things exist, that you can only be a Voodoo Bokor, whereby when you do a ritual, the ritual will surely come true. So a lot of people do rituals for people, and if sometimes some will work, some will not work. But if you are a Voodoo Bokor, no matter whatever you do, whether you even know it well or you don't know it well, it must happen, because you have reached a stage where the spirit world speaks with one voice with you. And these are things that some people do not know. So Sena Kwame, that is it. Sometimes people get reading and rituals are done and they don't get the results because the person doing the this has not even reached the level of doing a ritual for you to make the rituals become effective. And maybe the person himself also didn't know. He only felt that, oh, because I'm now initiated, I can also do. This is the problem, and many people do not know. That's why at our shrine, Africa Magic Temple, when we do rituals, it's only the Voodoo Bokors are the people you see, they put their hands into the ritual in the sense that it should work. Other Bokors may be there, but if they haven't gotten Voodoo, we will not let them put their hands directly. They can assist in many other ways, but until they get Voodoo, they cannot bind the ritual to work. These are the keys that make this our work very interesting. And then Sena Kwame went on, what is the reason for changing your hands during libation? Okay, my changing of hands during libation, I always said it here, but I'll say it again. I use the right hand to pray to my Vodus and to living entities and Vodus that are living. And I use my left hand to pray to the ancestors who had passed on to the other side of life. So that's why I change my hands. That's what my father did. That's what my teachers did, and that's what I have learned. And then we have deep reading multiple times. You can do reading at least every day. You can even do 2-3 times in a day. But you should always know that every reading you do, you are touching the spirit world. You are touching the unseen world. And if you don't do the rituals that follow, whatever was told to you in the reading will come towards you. So it is advisable to do a reading. Make sure you do the vosa or the ebo or the necessary ritual or sacrifice before going into doing another reading. It is just like having the olden days, what do they call it? Kafu, that kafu gun, where you put the gunpowder, you push it down. You need to release it before pouring in new gunpowder and bullet. But if you continue putting and you are loading and you don't release it, that time you release it, you don't take time, it will kill you because it's going to blow up and affect you. This is what it is. So when you are doing a reading, anytime you do a reading, make sure you kind of empty the vessel first before you do another reading, in order not to overload yourself with too many problems. So Sena Kwame, that's my answer to your question. And then we have our big, before anyone will want to work with me or would want me to work with them, I first explained to you that I, Christopher Voncujovi, or Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, I am not God, and I am not a spirit, and I am definitely not a voodoo. What I do is that I connect with the spirit world. I give your problems that you speak on your monies to the spirit world. I wait for the spirit world to respond and give me answers to whatever you might have said on your monies. And when the spirit world comes back, it comes back in a coded form. And being a Bokor or a spiritualist who can decode this information from the spirit world, I will decode the informations and then let you know what the spirit world is telling me about your challenges. And after that, whatever the spirit world has told me to do for you to bring changes in the challenges that you are having, I will relate it to you and let you understand that this is what the spirit world said, that if you do this, you do that, your situation will change. And definitely, if you go ahead and send me money to do the things for you, I will do them to the maximum of my ability, to whatever I have, directions that I have been given by the spirit world. That's exactly what I will do. I will not take anything out, and I will not add anything to it. African Magic Temple does not take anything out, and we don't add things to it. We don't do things to make you smile if it is not right, just to make you happy. We do according to what the spirit world tells us to do, and that's what we follow to the brim. So if I do your work for you, you should also understand that I, being a human being, I can only do the physical aspect of the work that the spirit world told me to do, which I had related to you before you even sent me money to do the work. And I wait on the spirit world to deliver. So no amount of pressure on me personally to do something else to let the thing quicken up will change anything. Because one, I am not a spirit. I'm not a voodoo. I am just a human being like any of you. And once I am a person who can understand what the spirit world is saying and I did it, I know for sure that results will come. That's why when people ask me, so how soon can I get results? I will explain to you before I start your work that I am not a voodoo. I am not a spirit. I'm not God. And I cannot tell. But everything that we do follows nature's timing. There are people who may be having a problem for over a year, 2 years, 3 years, or let's say even just a month or 2 months. And they do a consultation. You tell them what you see. Sometimes they will say, oh, what you saw is not what we said. But when you ask them what did they speak on their money, when they break the things to you, they tell you what, or they told you what they spoke on their money before the divination. And then you start to break it down one by one. They will realize that, oh, exactly what they said is what the spirit has seen and given advice on. And once the work is done, we leave it to the spirit to do, because they are the ones going to do it anyway. That's why we consulted them. So no matter how much pressure you are putting on me as a person, I can only tell you that you should have patience. Because I know the works that we did for people who have never seen us before. At least we are 99% successful in our doings. Maybe if 1 or 2 people say, oh, whatever we did for them didn't work, then that is them. But generally, we are 99% accurate and successful. And including what my children are doing for people outside Ghana, they are also being successful. We've seen people put a catapult from being at the bottom to the top just through rituals. Musicians, actors, actresses, and entertainers, people in government offices, school, just mention it. Business, traders, we have seen them change. Things have changed in their life. But it works. African traditional spirituality is not magic, whereby by the snap of a finger, everything just changed. You who had been having your problem more than a month, you are expecting that when you come today, your problem should finish today or should finish within 1 week, within 2 weeks. Nature doesn't work like that. Nature does not work like that. When you plant a corn, no matter how hungry you are, the corn will have to germinate and grow to the point that one day, maybe after 90 days, you will go to that farm and you will pluck plenty corns and you can eat and enjoy. But if you are expecting the corn that it is planted today and it is grow today and you pluck it today and eat today, that is not nature. It is not real. That is magic. That is an illusion. It does not exist. So when I do works for you, please have patience. And I don't know how many people I have worked for who will say that, oh, the work we did for them didn't happen. Maybe 1 or 2 in all these years that we have been working. And even that means the person, there must be something that they didn't tell us, or they didn't tell Afa during their consultation, and they were hiding something. But so far, the people we work for, so far, so good. So please, everyone that African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo education worked for, you should know that your works will come out successfully. It cannot stay without coming out successfully because we know what we put in. And after your rituals, we know what we are putting in every day. Because I feel more pain if I should do a work for you and it doesn't work, because that means something is wrong with me. But so far, I know nothing is wrong with me. I don't break rules. I don't do anything that is not normal. So and of course, if something is wrong with me, the spirits will point it out to me and tell me, oh, you are behaving like this, or you are doing this, or you are doing that. That's why things are your work you are doing is not holding on. So those of you who I have worked for, who had seen changes already, you can also come out and say whether the works I did for you didn't come out truthfully or successfully. So I am pleading to all of you that the ways of nature is not like the ways of human being, whereby by the snap of fingers, everything changes. I was referring to one of our client that even a wound that you get a wound on your body, no matter how good the doctors are, no matter how many doctors are treating you, it will take time for the wound to heal. It cannot heal in 1 or 2 days. Unless, of course, it's not a deep wound, which is just a surface wound, then you can say 1 or 2 days. But if it's not, if it's a big cut, some of our problems are like a big cut, and they have not started today. And so we shouldn't expect that when we come in a day or two, things will just change. Spirituality, Africa. Pray, did the hunters, the rituals for the whole town. In short, they have been done 21 gun salutes, and then the festival started. It went on very successfully. So when they were done, he said that they should bring him back. So yesterday, they brought him back, and he went to his room and slept. And this morning he woke up, and there were people waiting for him to do reading. So he has done reading for 4 people already. And so I will just let me come outside and rest more before they are coming. So he said further explanation is that the whole of the Volta region, they don't have a base of traditional spiritual routine base, the one that the organization has before. Then all the in Hawai, but all the outskirts of Hawai up to Karachi, Wata, and all those they have. So they were asking that in the whole of Volta region, who is the best to do everything, and he had traveled home there. People voted that he is the one, so they gave him the certificate before he came back. So for that reason, he has to accept the Africanian nation to come and have their ways right. That's why the signboard is here. Now the whole thing is here, and they have all the traditional priests. So when you come with a problem, they know who to send you to. So okay, you go let this guy do your work for you. Wherever you are calling from, so okay, you see this person. So that's why now he is the head of the Africanian so. Congratulations. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you wherever you are. Thank you all very much for having the patience to wait until now. We are very grateful that you joined today's live streaming. This is African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo Education live streaming. We are streaming on YouTube, Facebook. We are also live on Clubhouse, and we are live on TikTok. Thank you all very much for coming on today's program. Please prepare your comments, your greetings, and your questions so that when we start, you can send in your questions and I'll be here to answer you. Thank you very much. I will first start with pouring of libation, and then with that we can go into our today's live section streaming. Thank you very much. I don't have this in here. Oh, Ago Mauga. Ago Mauga. Ago Mauga. Mauga Sobolisa. Meduago. Mauga Kitikata. Meduago. Mauga Ese. Meduago. Ese Joto Ame Joto. Ese Nanu Ame. Ese Tenanu Ame. Woman of heavy. Dokun of heavy. Woman of heavy. Maybe Nanu Dokun of heavy. Ogbeno. Dokun of heavy. Maybe Nanu woman of heavy. Ogbeno. Ese Popolipo. Ese Data Afia. Ese Joto Ame Joto. Ese Nanu Ame. Ese Tenanu Ame. Me yora keke se Popolipo. Dagbe. Na me se simple agbe di dilo. Ngogbe yi. Ebe yo sheme ham fura shopete. Yo semi fura shopete me doago. Abraxas. Abraxas me yo zi adre po doago. Yo tadre tobe vi me kuno. Owo verso ato. Owo verso so ato. Owo verso reka me yo me doago. Eme yo mi anozo je anyidu zo kakachi kaz boja adre mi ala fa banya gbe mi la pie onya gbe juru hono me yo mi da kekelo. Onya ingba ma jo flo la fa kula ingba me doadika. Onya abli me matekulo. Eteku. Etega. O me yo akain bechi o fe kain ngoni wa kain je wa kain busi wa kain trovo wa kain menyo wa kain mo wa kain dufia wa kain mami ata wa keke wa kain peli kwa ve megba ahaja do lo akofla ba medoji fi ato abansro meten doji o me yo mi nuda o me yo mi hogba o me yo mi bewo o kaku o pe mi o zango yo mi peli yo ara keke wo jo pata jo maku afoke me vole moji o le chi me vole vudo me gbere ko ku atole fofo me jogbenyi o hebe jogbenyi me tona ya mo lo moji o tona anu kware pe ve yin le fe me gbeto vajo tu zo ple duo me na ta fere ka jo pata be ye hafi ejovon vajo yin jo pata o fe fia. Oh, get me my small flax. The one is in my bedroom. Jokpata be eli hafi ejuvon vajo nyenye jokpata ofefia. Jokpata. Metrona megbeda molo. Avifa gbe eli edina. Jokpata neno anyi afemia ajolo. Jokpata. Jokpata nye atafe meyo. Wamesi megbo jide to tagwe de ntaba pelu tizu gbolu ajima. Ogbojukule odo jalo lo fen kome. Valenti fafa melo va alo Jonah pefu. Ago sakpate meyo lo. Atigeli meyo. Kolo du meyo ken. Allah fear they should hit me water. Allah fear. Ya meyo am gas se geja. Bakpa sese. Sese to geje. Lock it. O meyo brahini meyo gbogbochi meyo ngbe foli koko mo ke gomle godo. Kluche kuma komla ngata bonyo. Kuto mone fana mi. Meyo toni ko se poku akuye yo no nye Mary akoso agoku foni ko geje. Tasinya amosi fusi jam koso brako bra mama nye gbadwo imba to bonya ko kofi to bonya kubia mensa mama nye dori epe ngbe pekuno kuto mone fana mi lo. Meyo penye Celestina wa kubia Katrina kubia fo ya sese ko foni ya obe na kubia kuto mone fana mi. Meyo mi asro ewo mbo achufe akubia Cecilia akpene eka tepe mensa kuto mone fana mi. Meyo awuno tuji Bokor tuji okini hasi se ponchi jago barasu barabo maduago Meyo Bokor adafli so sofa hu agbovi Bokor afacha wa joge meyo huno honu le vakpo huno honu le gbe abaga to gba maze ekuto mene fana milo to meyo to gba na entre tout le jita to gba Abraham jivenu le chame to gba fiato Simon Kavila benyina si kuto mene fana mi meyo amega koku anatovi ankaima ekuto mene fana yo happy akosa baji kuto mene fana kekekeke meyo Daniel evie pamarela agbaro kuto mene fana mi go agbegbono le fana mi agbeno la mi no lo meyo Harrison George ajovu agotime kuto mene fana mi meyo Bokor comme là Azuma agbovi kuto mene fana mi egbe meyo togbe Kwame vi ajoge to Bokor Kwame vi ajoge kuto mene fana go o meyo mi adi depenu poto yo mi akele menu poto zanu poto viviti menu poto awudi daka mechi ava abagble awudi plevio wa tape meyo milo go medo meyo aboshi sakraka mecho ava be adogo kutokoli ronko kunuma kuwa gbenu to be wale acho fran tamani ofifini kuma bisinkra ko fito jabaku ocho to kofi ocho hen kofi atra kable go dogo meyo mi pete lo meyo to gba hogba to gba vodu beto to ra ho ibubul manya sa pasa gidi klunyo khoto ko shinyon khoto kere ku meyo mi dagbe la mesese agbedidi ngogbe yiji meyo mi lo meyo ablegede makpeza nkochi no okpo echi ajebu no okpo echi nrinvo okpo echi trovo okpo echi chivi tahe mede egbe khereke de egbo khe peza je de egbeza aguto be de peza ji eta de egbeza be ye nyen wole pepe bo hare na ni meyo abo dain ganda dodo dain kitikpo bitamanyele zemenda nya mezando amekele bo hare lo meyo mana meyo jetole meyo chije chi hoichi iboe meyo atito meyo takpo meyo chiguagua meyo tawo be fugbagba bokpo hare na mi lo gbe no pete yo mi boji me le bachonya nungwa teshi no pete mate suru carpenter rose painters road no pete hara ni fa dagbe jimi yo mi lo la ma se simple ngogbe yi lo dagbe keke me ne fani mi no lo nyata fe me yo to be glindo be pocho ji me ko abeja ne be ko me ko achi ne tu ne glindo po ne glindo do ne glindo nya ne glindo a he ne glindo do la me ne glindo ko chi vono glindo ngoni vono glindo nyono vono glindo nchu vono glindo nu vono glindo nku vono glindo be nye ye ve me ga de fono fika fi fo la ku tu ono dani po ono dani ko chi vono dani ngoni vono dani ache vono dani tro vono dani nku vono dani nyono vono dani nchu vono dani nya vono dani me be nya vono be nye gbonge me yo ra ke me yo klogo ho chichia Wahara na kaka be nyaga de kuba be ba kono je be kono de ka ko view de to view no vano yi dak be jima yo mi do me yo mi vodu pete ho kala me yo pechu manyamli be yenye zambo te me yo ra kaka yo na gojo wahara na mi do dak be jima le mi yo be ganyo kosra be bubu mi le etome mi se enyavon cho khokhwe abansi le togbe kwami vi ajoge be kofe be toboko kwami vi ajoge menga vale vo ncho kura yeva yi men le moye men no gbo ni ple mi no enyado do me fia be ije do ndeke men no wo le megble o ka kere ko be debite nyeme nyabe aba chosu be ko agble mi dara patasibo amachichi ye kuto me fane kuto me fane lo e wa otos no e ba otos no e pore mi amegbe ogbo agbara o me yo afana go no afabo ma jizo pepe to mo zo le me da pa vidi me yo pali gbe meji iye ku meji woli meji di meji loso meji ngoni meji abla meji akla meji gunda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji bali che tula me yo klego vi me fu atoba do wa me toba de nya de ma fu ne di go dakbe to ma ma pete me na halo mi me pepe do jivo ta mia anotemu mia adasi asime na ma wene de bli bu gongo ya na fi ke gamelo ganeva emita pefe na mi le jijo popo me la me sese me agbe na ni Kudu me yayo America kuma yo mi apeta ingba majoflo mi apeta mi adasi asime na misia. Okay, so we are now ready to go. As I was praying, I said that there was a sad news about one of our great Tobokors, a great priest who had worked for many and tell them not to open that place. A great Bokor, Tobokor. He's lived almost 100 plus years. A few years ago, 4 years ago, when we went to him, he said it was 99 years. But when we went this time again, which was roughly 10 days ago, we went and he went all the way to Togo because he is from Chiviefe in Togo before the base in Hohwe because his uncle had a shrine at Hohwe in those days. So he continued when his uncle passed on, he took the shrine over and he had worked for so many years. He's such a lovely person to be with. And he told us that he just returned from Togo. We went to Hohwe for my cousin's funeral, so we wanted to see him, but we were told he went to Togo they came to take him to Togo to do some rituals for the community, because he's become one of the oldest people in their community too. So they took him, and he came back, and he told us even that we went to him in the afternoon. So he arrived the night before, but even he woke up in the morning, people were already in the line, and he has already done 4 different readings, Alpha readings at that time. And he didn't look sick or anything. He was quite strong. And then I invited him that our mid-year festival is on the 30th of this June, next Sunday. Monday is our mid-year festival. So I invited him to come and grace our festival for us. And he said he will come. No, most of his children are not Bokors, but they are pastors. So his children are big pastors in Ghana here. So he said he will ask his pastor son to drive him to the festival. We were just planning the festival. 3 days ago, we were planning how we will put him inside how to go and pick him or whatever. Yesterday afternoon, I had a call from my senior brother that Togbe Kwame V. Ajoge or Toboko Kwame V. Ajoge has passed on. And it's a big shock to me, but looking at his age, he's almost 104 years old or 103 years old now. But when we went to him the other day, he said he was 97 years because he was already losing his memory. And he even gave me a drink that we should bring it and we should be taking so that our muscles and everything will be strong. So I pay homage to the memory of Toboko Ajoge for all the things that he has done for us, for all the communities around Hokwe. He was even, according he was telling, he was made the went on the Africanian mission in Hokwe area or the whole of Upper Volta region. When I'm saying Upper Volta, I'm not talking about Burkina Faso. Volta region, the upper side where Hokwe began to the towards the north, and he was made the whole chairman for that. And he said he did not contest, but they said he should be the one. We were having fun and joking, and we had some couple of drinks there, and we were very happy. And he was active. He was walking by himself. Nobody was holding him or anything. So to hear that he has fallen, and this is the end, I thank God that I have known him. And my son Senna had wanted to see him long time, but each time he wasn't there. He traveled, so Senna never had the opportunity to see him. But this time, we said we'll wait for him until he comes back from Togo, so that Senna could see him before going back. And God so good, we were able to see him, and we had a good chat with him. We were asking him. Senna was asking him about the history of Hokwe, how Hokwe began, and how this, because about 100+ years ago, he was still a young boy. He will probably have some idea, and he told us certain things, and we will keep those things in our diaries, in our memory, in our files, and to use it tomorrow. Togbe Kwame V. Ajoge Baba now. Togbe Okul Mama Unto no Plo. Nana ide Togbe Ode. Nemi yo nana tonami. Miano ahapura now da Baba na for my topic. Thank you very much. So now open the listen. Let's go on. We are on. Let's start with YouTube. If there is anybody there. No, nobody on YouTube today.
Well, they are there, but
they are not commenting. Okay. Okay, so we don't have any comment on YouTube, so let's go on to TikTok. So you have to move it to the top so I'll see what is at the top. The comment section, yeah. Okay, we have our first comment from our big sister, Luna Nicole. Says, Sunday blessing, Papa and AMT family. I'm grateful to join today's section. I pray everyone is well. Yes, big sister, we are all well, and I pray that you are well too. Thank you very much for joining today's section. We are very grateful to you and for always being here. Then we have Joseph Nkrumah saying hi. Hello, Joseph. How are you? He said, how are you? Yes, I am fine. And how are you too? I hope you and your loved ones, everyone is good. Thank you very much for joining the section. Yes, and then we have okay, our technical team says some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. TikTok did that. What will be the comment? Or somebody say something bad? Somebody was using abusive. Okay, thank you very much, TikTok, for that. And then we have a Bokor Chibuzo Tura Irete in Nigeria. Say good evening, Papa. I'm glad to be here. I just came back. Yes, I'm just starting Chibuzo. Thank you very much. And then I say I just came back from a water sacrifice. Okay, thank you very much, Bokor Chibuzo. Yeah, thank you. As I was telling you, the old man we went to see before we left Hokwe has passed on yesterday. When we met him, there was nothing that showed that he wasn't well, but never know. No one can predict life. Thank you very much for joining today's section. And then we have Mr. Mike 702. Say hi, watching you from London. I want to help 5 people now interested should test me. We are very sorry. Don't use our platform for that. We don't do those things at our this. If you want to help people, not on my platform, you can create a platform and people will join you there and you can help them, but not on my platform, Mr. Mike, because this platform is such that we don't do fraud, we don't deceive people, we say it as it is, we do it as we are told by spirit world. We do not do anything by ourselves. So if you want to help people, you can go on the street, you will find many people, you can easily help them. And if not, if you don't want to go on the street, I think the TikTok, you can create a page for yourself, and people who will come onto your page, you can tell them what you want, you can do for them. So I'm very sorry. We don't need your help here. And then we have I am Kwakuti Bokor Anuledo. Hello, Bokor Kwakuti. How are you? Thank you very much. And then Bokor, I am Kwakuti. Say, oh no, he's gone. Yes, he's gone. You saw him live. Yes, he's gone. He left yesterday to his ancestors. Yes, it's quite interesting, but man, no one can predict life. You can't tell what tomorrow will be, because when we saw him last time, I was even discussing, Seriram was even discussing with me that he wanted to go back to stay at Hokwe for a few weeks so that he can learn some things from him. Since he is very old, he must have some secrets that we don't know. He may be willing to share it with us. So he wanted to go and be helping him so he can learn more from him. But unfortunately, God knows better. The ancestors know better. So thank you very much, Bokor T. And then we have Chibuzo Iretes Bokor Sahid. You are doing a good job. Yeah, Sahid, say you are doing a good job. Thank you very much, Bokor Tura Irete. And then we have MMC Molato. We say, I'm late today. I am late today. I hope I'm safe. MMC Molato, you are not late. I'm just starting because we were playing videos, and it's only now that I am about to start, and I started taking the first question. So you are not late at all. And then we have Bokor Chibuzo. Focus, he said, good evening, everyone. Hello, Focus. Good evening to you. How are you, and how are your loved ones? We are grateful that you are able to join today's section. I think this is your first time. I haven't seen you here before, but it's fine that you are here. So prepare your questions, things that you don't understand about African traditional spirituality. You ask questions on them. If there's any confusion in your mind, some things you don't know, we are here to answer. Thank you very much. And Bokor Chibuzo is saying, may the soul of Toboko rest in peace. Yes, precisely. He should rest in peace. He has done a lot of work for over 80 years. He's been doing this Bokor work. That's a long time. Yeah, if only we could also have this life to this point, we will be very grateful. And then Big Sister Luna goes, how are you feeling, Papa? Your voice sounds very weary. Are you fighting a cold? No, I am okay. I'm not fighting a cold, but when I came onto the program, I started to cough. That's why I realized that I don't know whether it's a cold that is coming, but They have prepared some hot kind of tea, but not what do you call it? It's a herbal tea. So I will be drinking that one, and I hope I will be fine. Thank you very much for your concern, big sister Luna Nicole. I'm grateful. And then Patience said, please tell me, I want to know Patience. If Alex Amorio will have together in future, please. I'm sorry, I don't know who is Patient, and I don't know who is Alex Amoyao, and I cannot be here and tell you the future of people that I don't know. Yourself and the person who you are asking about. I am not that kind of priest. Without knowing you, without seeing you, without having any contact with you, then I'll tell you that, oh, this will happen to you. Those are signs of scammers. I am not a scammer. If you want to consult and find anything about whatever you want to know, contact us and go through the proper process of reading and divination. We don't know people. We don't just look at a newspaper and say, oh, this person is going to be successful, or look at a social media platform and just say, oh, without knowing you, without having any contact with you whatsoever, and then telling you that, oh, you are going to be successful, or this man is going to marry you. How will I know? I'm not a pastor. Only pastors do those kind of things. I'm sorry. Patient. If you want to find out, we have a process. Our number is in our profile. You call and go through the process of reading or divination. Then the oracle will tell you if it's going to be possible or it's not going to be possible. But just to sit down here without knowing you, because you came onto my platform, I will tell you, oh, it is going to be okay. I might be deceiving you. Please, thank you very much for that. Go through the proper process. We have our numbers there. And then Chibuzo Bokor, Chibuzo is here to write. He said, Papa, kindly share us the difference between Vosa and Joka. Okay. Vosa is a Ewe word for sacrifice. Joka is a totally something different. Joka is a spiritual thing that they make for you, which gives you the power to be able to say things and do things, and it happens. That is, Vosa means sacrifice in Ewe. The reason we are using Vosa is because that's our word for sacrifice, just like how our word for spirit is Voodoo. That's why our word for sacrifice is Vosa. Joka is a juju. That's what they call juju. Vosa is not a juju. It is what the oracle tells you to do so that you can change the situation in which you are, or whoever contacted you are, is called Vosa. But Joka is a spiritual thing to give you or to empower you to be able to do things with power or within power. Yeah, that's what is called Joka. And then Patience went on to say, okay, thank you, Togwe, thank you too for understanding. And then we have Mabena saying, good evening, hello, my dear, how are you? Thank you very much for joining, Mabena, for joining the section. I hope everything is well with you. I'm grateful that you joined. And then we have Delight Rock. It's a difference between Joka and Besa, please. So if you are interested in Joka and Besa, Joka and Besa are the same. Joka is a word that you say. Besa is also a word that you say. So Besa or Joka, they are the same thing. There's no difference in them. People may try to create differences, but the word Joka means juju in what do you call it? Our in the derogatory way that the white man calls our things. He says juju because they saw it working. They don't know how to explain it. They say it's the devil who is making it to happen. So why wouldn't they contact the devil and it will help them? They will not, because there's nothing called devil who is doing anything. It's the power of words that is better, and Joka is also power of words. Thank you. And then we have ancestral ReVodution, saying, please kindly enlighten me about the 5 dimensions. Please, I don't know what are the 5 dimensions, so I don't know how to enlighten you about them. We are talking about our traditional spirituality. If you are talking about Western spirituality where dimensions come in, then that is that. But I don't have any idea about the 5 dimensions. I'm talking about traditional spirituality. And in my traditional spirituality, I don't know anything about different dimensions. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And then we have Yahuza Nasiru at 20 years. Please, good evening. Good evening to you, Nasiru. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section. I hope you're fine. I think this is your first time here. You're welcome to the African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo education platform or live streaming. Thank you very much. And then we have Hurricane for Love saying, good evening, sir. I'm new here today. Yes, you are. Thank you very much. And you are very much welcome to African Magic Temple's live streaming, African Magic Temple ReVodution Voodoo education. The word already will tell you. We are educating people about Voodoo, our tradition. Thank you very much. Who is that? Ancestor? No. Hurricane for love. Okay, thank you. And then ancestral revolution, please. Any enlightenment on 5 dimensions? Hello. I don't know anything about the dimensions of 5 dimension, 3 dimension, or 4 dimension. I have no idea. So I don't know how to enlighten you on them. People have so many things mixed up with African traditional spirituality. If you are talking about Hinduism, talking about Asia or Oriental spirituality, you're talking about European spirituality, then of course you have so many things to mention. But African traditional spirituality, especially Voodoo, as we talk about, which is the original spirituality of the Ewe people of West Africa, Voodoo is what we talked about. We are not talking about dimensions here. I'm sorry. And then the ancestral revolution, thanks to, please, how much will it cost to me to get afar from you? When you are interested, call our line. The office will respond to you. Thank you very much. And then we have Fortune Tech Spaces. I missed today's section. No, Fortune Tech, you haven't. We are just starting, so we are just reading people's comments and questions. So we just started about 10 minutes ago, so you haven't missed anything. You are very much welcome to the section today. Thank you very much. And then we have Bokor Chibuzo say, do Ewe spirituality has a concept on the devil? Because do Ewe spirituality has a concept on the devil? Because I know Togbe Legba is not a devil. No, we don't have a concept on the devil. There are spirits of nature who all of them have their place and work to do. It is just like you were saying that night time is evil and daytime is good. But we have forgotten that night complements day and day complements night. So there are spirits in spirituality or in the nature spirits. Some are hostile and some are lovely, depending on what the creator of the nature created them for. Each one has its own role to play. Somebody's God can be another person's devil. The same way somebody's devil can be another person's God. Why do I say so? Because supposing I have my Togbe Jokpata, who is in my shrine, and I'm working with it, and people are coming to Togbe Jokpata when they have challenges, they come and they pray, we do the necessary rituals for them, and their challenges are over. There are certain cases that people were attacking them, and when they came to do a reading and they said we should pray to Jokpata or we should give Jokpata bracelet or listen to them to protect them. To that person who came to seek the help of Togbe Jokpata as a spirit, Jokpata is a god or a spirit that protects people from harm. But to the people who are trying to attack a person who came to get Jokpata, such people will regard Jopata as an evil spirit because it will thwart and disturb their attacks on this person. So there is nothing like bad or good. It is the lens that you are using to look at it is what creates it to be bad or to be good. That's all that it is. Yeah, you know, when the white people came and killed all our people and took people into slavery and all kind of things, they didn't look at it as a bad or evil thing. But we who were the victims of this thing, we looked at it as evil. And even it's only now, today, that they are actually looking at it. Some people accepted it, some people say it was not a wrong, some people say it is. Depends on each and everyone. But in life, there is nothing good and there's nothing bad. It depends on the way you look at it, the lens through which you are looking at it. So whether Baba Legba is devil in the Christendom, Baba Legba is not a devil in African traditional spirituality. Thank you very much, Bokor Chibuzo, for asking that question. And then we have Hurricane say, Hurricane for love, say thank you to you, to sir. Thank you. Yes, we are grateful. And then Yahuza Naziru say, please, I need for girls, please, can you teach me that, please? Yahuza Nasiru, I'm very sorry. This shrine is not for girls kind of shrine. Those are for girls, you go to Malams. We are not those kind of for girl, for boy. We don't do that at our shrine. We are a very serious shrine. I'm sorry. Then we have a Leo made it. He said, please, good evening. I'm new here. How can I know my spirit self more? You have to search. If you want to know yourself, you need to search. You can't sit down and take a book and read and know yourself. You need to search spiritually. Go to places where people do spiritual things and try to get yourself involved into spiritual awareness and knowledge. Then you can know yourself. Thank you very much. And then Hurricane for Love, he said, please, can I have section with you without here on outside here? I want to get in touch with you. We have a number on our platform. You can call the number and book an appointment. Thank you. And then Fortune Tech Space say, okay, thank you, sir. You are very much welcome, Fortune Tech Space. We are very grateful that you all joined today's section. Then we have one person say, Avo James, he say, I'm an electrician. My work is not going through very well. Yeah, if your work is not going through very well, the first thing to do is to find out why your work is not going through, or anything else that is happening to you. You have to find out why such things are happening to you. This is the reason why people do divination. This is the reason why we do a reading for people. And when we do a reading for people, the reading will tell you why the things that are happening to you are happening, the causes, the root causes of what is happening to you. And then the oracle will also tell you and guide you and tell you what you should do to overcome the challenges that you are having. So if your job is not going on very well and you want to find out why, there are so many Bokors in Ghana, if you are from Ghana. And also, of course, there are so many Babalawos in Nigeria, in the diaspora. Any of them can do a reading for you if they are really good and tell you what is happening in your life. And then they will also guide you and tell you what you should do to overcome the challenges that you are having. So James, I will advise you to consult a Bokor. And if you are in Ghana or if you are in the diaspora, there are Bokors in the diaspora also. People call Babalawo. It's the same name. Babalawo, the name is what we call in Ewe Bokor. So you can contact the Bokor and they will do a spiritual consultation with you or for you, and then they will tell you the causes of your challenges, and they probably also tell you what to do to fix it. But don't expect that once they do something for you today, within a day or two, your everything will change. Because sometimes when they do the reading and they found out maybe it is your own making that is not making your work to go on. And the oracle will tell you. And if it is your own impatience and or overcharging clients or not being truthful, that's why your work or people are not calling you, that also will be told. If there's anything other than that, the oracle will tell you, and you will know your left from your right from your left, and you will now know what decision to take and what else to do to make things happen for you. Thank you very much for that thing. So. And we have Yahuza Nasiru again said, please, I need for girls, please, can you teach me that, please? And Nasiru, I think I have already said it. I don't do for girls, and I don't know what to teach you. I'm very sorry. There are malams and other people who do that. I don't do that. I'm very sorry. Thank you. And then we have a user 5076962296000. Say, Daddy, please, are angels powerful than voodoo or dwarfs? Have you ever seen an angel before? Mr. User or Madam User, have you ever seen an angel before? The white man calls it angels. We will call it a tron or voodoo. So whether the white man's language is what you want to talk, there is no difference. They are all entities or spirits, and they can be anything. So whether they are called angels or called dwarfs or called voodoos, they are all spirits. So it depends on the capacity of each one. So the word angel is usually referred to as Mau dollar. And who is a dollar means servant of God. And what do the voodoos do? The voodoos are servants of God in nature. So they are the same thing. What the white man call, what do they call them? This thing, saints. What the white man calls saints, we will call them ancestors. It's the same thing. The white man is calling them saints, we call them ancestors. Togbio, who has passed on. Because all saints were human beings who lived on earth before. And when they died, the Catholic Church or some group of people will say, we will make this dead person a saint, depending on what he has achieved or she has achieved in their life. And then over the years, people thought that saints are people who were living in heaven with God. No, they were just human beings like you and I, depending on the work they have done. So Africans, we call them ancestors because we do not canonize our elders or our people who has passed on. So we don't call them saints, but we call them Togbio, Nananum. And in other languages, they have names for them. They are the same people called saints in the English or in the, what do you call it, in the Catholic Church or whatever. They call them saints. We call them Togbeo or Nananum. So you should understand that English language is not our language. So when you talk about angels, you talk about dwarfs, and you talk about voodoo, we are talking about the same thing. Thank you very much, user. And then we have a Miss Essay. Miss Essay, please please, can you teach about alloplay and how to save oneself from it when you fall a victim? Okay, first, before we will start to teach, what is alloplay? Alloplay is an energy. It's a spiritual energy which attacks people, especially when they are sick. And it comes after a man and another man have sex with the same woman, knowingly or unknowingly. What happens is that they are, you want to use it. Yeah, because it's something is flying here. I think some small, this thing. Just spray it under my, just spray it there. It's not coming. Right. No, it's open now, so it's okay. It's okay. So alloplay is an energy when a man and another man have sex with the same woman, or a woman and another woman have the sex with the same one, or a man, without knowing or knowing. If these two people who might have had sex with a particular person didn't know, or even if they knew, if one of them gets sick and the other one visits or goes to visit that one that is sick, the spirit of alloplay will come in and either attack the person who is sick, and if hands are not fast, that person can lose their life. You know, the semen of man, when a man and a woman have sex, the semen of the man stays in the woman for some days. It's not just that maybe the woman bath and wash herself and it is gone. No, the semen stays for some days. So within those days that the first man who had made love to the woman, his semen still remained inside the woman. And then another man came to have sex with the same woman. These two semens are energies who are also trying to create or become a being on the earth. So these two semens become enemies. I want everybody to be clear with this one. So it is the semen that became enemy, and then one semen is trying to be superior to the other so that they alone can exist. I don't know whether you people have seen chickens, a fowl trying to cross a hen. Most often, if another fowl is there, which is stronger than another one, you will see that that fowl will run to stop this one from crossing the hen. So it's a natural thing. So they will fight. It is because of this why male fowls fight. Fowls fight because of women. They fight. Whoever wins become the champion and controls all the women. And if you are not, you have to sneak in order to also cross. But if the one that is the champion sees you, will attack you. So it is the same thing in human beings, but because human beings are very good at pretending and also being hypocritical, even if they know, they pretend they don't know, but inside of them, they know what is happening to them. Men who are bold enough will confront the other man and even maybe beat him up or whatever. But then on the spiritual level, the semens are the ones that are fighting. So if you cross or you have sex with a woman and your semen remains in her, or a woman who had sex with a man and then her friend also had sex with the same man, the man's semens are also in these two women. So the energy is what fights them. So it's not physically. That's why alloplay is not a physical sickness you see until you got sick in the normal way, and then it jumps inside if the other person comes around. So Miss Ese, that's what it is. So for you to be able to prevent or protect yourself from alloplay, there are certain rituals that are done, and then there are also some herbal things that will be done. If the alloplay has already caught you and you are sick and it is affecting you, then the rituals must be done, and then certain medicines will be prepared for you, and then it will neutralize the negative effect of the alloplay. I don't know whether I'm making any sense here, but that's what it is. So if you are a victim of alloplay, you have to quickly look for a spiritual person who knows how to handle alloplay to take you out, because it can easily kill you. And if you know who that particular person that you had, what will I say? You have clashed over a man or over a woman, please, when the person died, don't go to their funeral. Because if you go to their funeral, what will happen is that his spirit, now that he's dead, is more powerful than you when you are alive, and it can easily attack you. That's why some people do not like going to funerals easily. They will check before going to a funeral because it can affect you. And same thing, if you are sick, do not allow that person to come to visit you, even if you are the best of friends. Because sometimes best friends sometimes either will take advantage of the weakness of the other partner to have sex. What I mean to say is that maybe two ladies are good friends, and then one lady has a man, and that man is taking care of his girlfriend. Then this girlfriend has his friend has a friend who is also seeing how good this lady is being taken care of. She may want to have a taste of that so that the man can also think about her. So she could hide or in a sneaky way establish another relationship behind her friend. But then the two of them are still friends and eating together and doing things together. And she didn't know, one party didn't know. And when sickness comes, maybe the one will visit the other, and it becomes alloplay will set in. This is what alloplay is. I've had a case when a lady had been sick, had really been sick seriously, and they did everything. They did the operation and everything for her, surgery and all this, but still she wasn't getting okay. So what happened is that Mariana, somebody have to do this because it will not come. I will be talking, but nobody will see. Open it. Open there. This one. This thing has come on it.
Okay.
Not here. This place you need to. What is Kofi doing?
I think he's helping to now with something.
Oh, we are doing live. They should come. He should come here. Because when I'm talking and these things happen, then I lose concentration on what I am discussing, and then I'll go in a different direction. Then what we are trying to achieve will not be complete. So the lady had tried all places, but nothing was going on well. So they came and consulted me. And immediately I found that it was alloplay that was worrying her. So I asked her, who among your friends that you and that person had shared the same man? And she quite clearly remembered. And then, okay, I had to quickly do the necessary things for her. And after that, she's okay now, very strong and going around strongly. So alloplay brings death most of the time, or a long sickness. And some of the signs is what they call kuhi coughs. You will be coughing, dry cough. The person will be having dry cough and also having a hiccup. That is what alloplay is one of the signs, or these are two of the signs of alloplay when it attacks you. And if they are not very careful with you, you pass on. Thank you. Then we have Hurricane for or Love. Say, are you in Nigeria? Say, no, I am in Ghana, Accra, Ghana. I'm not in Nigeria. Thank you very much. And then we have a Cledo Sylvester David or something. They say, good evening, sir. Hello, David. Good evening. Thank you for joining the session. And then Miss Essay again went to say, please, can you teach about alloplay and how to save ones? Okay, that's what I'm saying. If you want to be protected, you have to get to a spiritualist who knows how to protect you. Sometimes they will prepare herbal black powders for you. Some you will be vaccinated, some you will only be drinking it, depend. And then they will also advise you on the things to do in order to avoid being attacked should it come, because you will not always know what is happening to you, but it may be unlucky. So that's it. And then we have a hurricane for love saying, I just checked your page and I saw that the number isn't a Nigerian number. Can I call on WhatsApp? You can, but not during my section, please. Let's go on. And then Miss Assessor, oh, why? So, no, go. Miss Assessor, no. Oh, okay, I think we have already answered your question, Miss Assessor. You have repeated this too many times. Yes, we have already. Yeah, we have already. The question has been repeated many times. So let's talk. So Mrs. says the one say, I just checked out your page and saw that the number isn't a Nigerian number. Can I call on WhatsApp? You can call, but yeah, I think the office number is on, so you can call. They will attend to you. And then we have please, can you teach about alloply and how? Okay, that I think is the same thing. Too many of that. And then we have Ghost Rider. Say, what is a Iwori Ora in Ifa? I don't know. I'm very sorry. Iwoli Ora? Woli Wo. I'm not sure, because the Ewe pronunciation of the Ifa or Afa deities is a little bit different. But we will call it Woli. But the Ora, I don't know what will be that one. Yeah. I'm not sure if I can know anything. Then let's move up. Then we have big sister Luna Nicole say, please, at Miss Essay, please give Papa a chance to get to your question. Spamming him jeopardize life. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, big sister. And then Bradley say, I'm. Okay. Miss Essay at Luna Nicole said, okay. Yeah, thank you very much, both of you. And then Bradley said, you are saying the truth, so I want to tell in touch. I want to tell in touch with you. We are always here, Bradley. Thank you. And then Hurricane for Love, he said, yes, sir, I'm learning, though I'm hearing alloply for the first time. Okay, it's an Ewe word for that kind of energy when it attacks people. The person who asks the question knows what they are asking about. That's why they call it like that. It is called in another, the northern, Ghanaian northern part, they call it ajim. And some Eves also call it ajinu. So it's the same thing. Alloply is ajim, alloply, or ajinu, whichever way you call it. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have there? We have a VKD 2020 say, I'm enjoying your teaching. Thank you very much, VKD. And then Mr. said, can you go deeper with the herbs or measures to deal with it before the effect sets in? No, I'm sorry, I will not teach that thing because it has a spiritual thing to do. And if you are not a spiritualist, I cannot teach you. If you want to have it done, look for a spiritualist who knows how to do it. I cannot go into telling you the herbs that you have to use. I don't do that on my program. I'm very sorry. You wanted to know what are the prevention I told you. But I'm not going to come and teach that I locally use this and use that herb. I'm not that kind of teacher. I am sorry. Our contact is already, Mrs. Say, our contact is already in our profile. You can always contact us. Yeah. And then Hurricane for Love, we say, check his page. His number is there. Thank you very much, Hurricane for Love. All of you, I'm very grateful. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Then we have somebody with the name Diego Williams. Go down, go up. You have already, hello, is it? Okay, slowly. We, And then Miss Sese at the Hurricane for Love, you say, all right, thank you too. Then we have Bokor Shamba Musa saying, good afternoon, Papa. Hello, Bokor Shamba, how are you? Thank you very much for joining the session. I hope your mother, your father, and your big brother are doing well. And how is you yourself? I saw your video. I don't know whether it was the last time when you were in Mali, but I saw you playing the drum in Mali. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And then we have Bokor Chibuzo saying, there is nothing like Iwuri Ora, but Iwuri Osa in Ifa. Okay, thank you. So I'm not in Babalao in Nigeria. So when you are saying it, I don't understand. But Bokor Chibuzo is Woli Osa. Okay, that's what the Bokor Chibuzo is saying. I'm sorry, I don't know all the Afa oracles and I cannot explain all of them because I'm still learning. Okay, Oliwosa. Okay, thank you, Bokor Chibuzo. And then we have Diego Williams said that I'm enjoying your program. Oh, thank you very much, Diego Williams. Thank you. And then we have a user for 1144 360634 Good evening, and how are you, Papa? How much is consultation? Our consultation is on our, call the number, the office will attend to you, please. Because we have consultation for people who live outside the borders of Ghana. And then we have consultation for people who live within Ghana. So when you call our number, they will give you make all your enquiries there. I'm sorry. And then another user 50 70 69 62 29 600 he said that it can you use voodoo to protect someone against any spiritual attack without wearing ring or talisman? Yes, they can do without using talisman. Then that has to be a ritual that has to be done for you. Thank you for that. And then somebody said, name, said, good evening, my dear. Good evening. Thank you very much, name. We are very grateful that you joined. Yeah, hope you are fine. Then name say, I'm Augustine Mambu from Sierra Leone. Okay, Augustine, how are you? Thank you very much. I hope you are fine. Your loved ones are doing well as well. Thank you. And then we have Bokor Shamba Musa say, yes, Papa, I'm good. We have been performing a lot. That's good. I'm grateful. That's good, because that when you get job and you are working, you will be happy. Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you. And then name is putting some numbers here. I don't understand those numbers. I'm very sorry. I think it's your telephone contact number. I don't call people. I'm very sorry. I'm not that kind of a booker that will be calling you to say, oh, I want to tell you this, I want to tell you that. If you want to work with us and you think that we should work for you, please, we have our number there. You can reach out to us and discuss, and we'll tell you how to go about it. Thank you. Then we have Jesse saying, hello, sir. Hello, Jesse. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. I hope you are fine. And then we have Boresa Jr. say, good day, sir. Hello, Boresa Jr. We are here, and how are you? Hope everything is fine with you. Thank you for joining today's section. And then we have Bokor Chibuzo Tulairete. So when we say we have Voodoo, people criticize us by saying, why can't we use it to change? Of course, if you have a Voodoo has to bring a change in your life, and that's what we are doing. So why can't we use to change government? What can you say to that, Papa? How do you use Voodoo to change government? You must be a politician if you want to use Voodoo to change a government. Then be a person who is a practitioner of Voodoo, and at the same time a politician. Because before you can change people, you have to know them, and you have to be with them, and you have to be doing the same thing with them. And that is what can give you a change. Otherwise, the only way you have to do is the way the Westerners do, by bombing people. The way the Western world do, especially America, by bombing people. Then when they want to change anything, they destroy. Our tradition doesn't go destroying things. If you want to change a government or to bring a change in government, because the people who are in government are human beings like you, but their way of thinking is totally different. So if you want to change a government, then you yourself, you must be a politician, and you also must be in Voodoo, so that when you are with people who have the same kind of mind or profession like you can now advise people and tell them to do the right thing. But Voodoo is not something that go destroying things, as we were told. Voodoo is supposed to protect and guard a community. That's why we call it Voodoo, something that protects and guard a community. Vo means freedom or liberty. Do means community or town. So Voodoo simply means that energy that is used in protecting a community. So if the people in a country or in a place are not all connected to Voodoo, it will be difficult for you to use Voodoo to change them. But I believe that there was one time in Haiti, when the people used Voodoo to chase the French people away, and they got their independence. So Voodoo can be used to change this, but it must be a group of people who have the same kind of mind and also are politically motivated. I am sitting here, I'm not politically motivated. What am I going to be using Voodoo to attack who or to do what? So let people who ask such questions, tell them that Voodoo is not interested in changing governments. As simple as that. Because the people who are in the government are just human beings from our communities. If they choose to be corrupt, then it is their own cup of tea. Thank you very much, Bokor, for that. And then Jesse said, fine, sir. And then we have Empress Diva saying, hi, Papa, please, when you have your spiritual ring for protection, do you renew its power, and for how long? Yes, we do renew the power of our rings, as well as even the Voodoos that we have. Like I have a Akai here, and this Akai is a Voodoo on its own, and it's working with me for the past long before Senna was born. Senna turned 30 years 2 weeks ago, and I have been working with this for long before Senna was even conceived. Okay, and every year I change the herbs that go into this bottle that forms the base of the spirit to express itself. So even before we started our program today, I was just telling Bokor Said that tomorrow or next tomorrow, I'm going to change the herbs for the Akai. So I have already started picking the different herbs that will form the base for the spirit to express itself. So we do change and we recharge the bracelet like this, Tobejopata. The main Voodoo is there at the shrine, and we are going to bath it, change herbs for it, and also kill the animals that he asks us to kill for him for this mid-year. We will kill the animal. And most of us who are going to put our rings inside the shrine where the spirit is before all these rituals, in order to recharge it. That's like a battery. When your phone runs out of battery, you plug it in and charge it again. And of course, if you are not with me, but you have it anywhere, from time to time, you can also charge it by praying to it and giving it drinks and other things, if you have the ability to kill an animal for it, you can go ahead and kill an animal for it, because once it has been given to you, the spirit will be with you. So when you use its incantation or words of the besa in the voodoo, it will listen to you and you will recharge it. Yeah, so we do we do recharge it every time, and we are going to do it this 30th, next Sunday, where will be the main thing, because Monday is the 30th, but because people are going to go to work, people may not be able to come during the daytime. They probably will come towards the evening. So for that reason, we will be doing most of the rituals on Sunday. So Monday is the main day, but we will only pray and do some remaining things. Also, I checked with the Nungwa chiefs this morning, and they said their ban on drumming will start on Monday towards the evening. So daytime, Monday, we can play drum and do other things. So, and they also will be coming to attend the festival because they are part of my shrine. So you, Empress Diva, you will also be getting the joker on that day. So you come on Sunday with your children and all this thing, and we all will celebrate. Thank you. And then we have Vic Money. Say good evening, sir. Hello, Vic Money. Hey, I need money. Oh, send me some. Your name is so beautiful. Everybody wants some. Thank you for joining. And the Hurricane for us, will the program be streamed live, sir? Yes, we will stream it live. We have a star link at the shrine, so we will stream it live. Thank you very much. And then G's FX said good evening, sir. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you're fine. Yeah. Now we are on YouTube, and we have a public relationship, public relations. That's Doji. There's a salutation, Papa. Hello, Doji. How are you? Thank you very much. I said Doji reporting live from Las Vegas. Thank you, Doji. Hope you are fine. Yes. And then public relation went on. Thank you for hosting the program faithfully every Sunday. Because of you, I have grown confident in my tradition. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that. We are doing this in order to open the eyes of our people so that they will not look at our own tradition as evil or devilish. Because we were told that whatever belongs to the African, as far as God is concerned, ours was evil and devilish. And it is the purpose, the main reason why African Magic Temple and ReVodution Voodoo education is open and online to teach people that our tradition is not evil and it's not devilish. All cultures have God, and each culture has their own God, and that God is in the image of the people. When you look at the Arabs, they have to put turban, and anybody who wants to be in the Arabic religion or follow the Arabic spirituality will have to be dressing like Arabs. That's why you see our Muslim brothers and sisters always dressing like Arabs. Christians, they have their own way of dressing, because the Europeans, they dress in coat, tie, and long one piece. So that is their tradition, and that's what their religion demands them to dress. If you, in a few years back, if you are an African and you dress like in a Batakari or Fugu, and you went to the church, they would have sacked you, because they would tell you that looks evil, because you are dressing like your own people. You are supposed to be like a European. Then God will accept you. And even today in our courts of law in some of the African countries, you cannot dress in a traditional clothes and go there as a lawyer. You must dress like a European and put some white thing. Even though your hair is not gray, you put some cap on your head just to tell how the Europeans used to dress, so that you can be accepted. And if you go without that, I think the court will tell you that they will tell you that you are naked. So you should go back home and dress properly. That means your clothing that you wear doesn't suit European culture. So definitely that is how it is. The people who are following Hindu or Indian traditional spirituality will try to dress like Hindus, put a turban and all that. But our tradition had always been condemned. But then the purpose of African Magic Temple and many other platforms on the social media are now trying to teach us that our tradition, after all, is not evil and we should accept who we are. We are not Europeans and we should not pretend that we were Europeans. Thank you very much, public relations. And then Kill 9160, thank you for sharing from New York City. Thank you very much, Kill 960. I'm grateful. And then the public relation went on to say, Papa, please tell me if a hypothetical African king wants to secure and protect his kingdom, what are the different tools in the tradition to do? The first thing, the chief or a king, no, Africa, we don't have kings, we have chiefs, but people call them king because kingdoms are few. Yeah, because it's just ethnic groups that are village. One village cannot be a kingdom. Kingdom is supposed to spread over so many things, but that's what people will call it. So supposing the person is a king and wants to protect his community, the first thing is to do a reading, spiritual consultation or divination to find out what to do to protect their kingdom or their community. And once they are able to find out what they are supposed to do to protect their community, of course, the oracle will tell them. And then when they apply the knowledge and the wisdom from the oracle, their community will be protected. But the first thing is to do a spiritual reading. And then the public relation went on, do we have enough tools in the tradition to achieve scientific advancement to the same level as Russia or America, for example? Yes, of course, we have. Do you know a lot of some of these things that are achieved are black people who have laid the base? When people were going onto the moon, you know that black women were the people who do the calculation to know the distance between the earth and the moon without going there. We have. But our advancement is not for dominating other people. That's why you don't see the African making guns and all going to attack other people. Our domination, our spiritual and our traditional spirituality is not to use it to dominate other people and take advantage of other people. That you should always keep it in mind. That's why the black man didn't go on colonizing anybody. The black man always live in their community very peacefully until somebody attacks them, and then they go prepare and attack back. But our traditional spirituality is not giving us the decision that because you have power, you should go and be conquering and attacking people. Whereas in the other, in the European and the other people, they use it to attack people. And if you look at the Chinese also, they don't use their spirituality or anything to attack anybody, but just to advance themselves. So Africans also can advance themselves through our tradition. But maybe because we don't go conquering and killing people, people felt that maybe African traditional spirituality is not strong. It is very strong, but on a positive side, where we try to save and protect life, not to destroy it. That's why when sometimes people say Voodoo is very bad because it can kill you. The number of people that America has killed and the number of people that Russia and other countries have killed compared to the number of people that Voodoo has killed, which one is the biggest? But then people easily forget about that and feel that you kill one chicken, then you are doing evil. Meanwhile, people are destroying other cultures by bombing and destroying them. Sometimes poisoning them, sometimes injecting them with sicknesses and all this, creating all kind of sickness to destroy people. How many people has Voodoo killed or the black man killed? If we are going to face the reality, but then they'll tell you your ancestors, because of their bad thing, that's why you are being cursed. And for so many generations that you can never develop, you can never. No, it's the white man has put a lead on the black man from developing, because most of the natural resources that they use in developing their countries are found in our land. So if we are able to break away from them, they will have challenges. So they have to find a way, put a puppet in front of you and let that puppet be controlling you on their behalf. And then they take in whatever you have to develop their place. Like what is happening in the Sahel states, and they are broken away, and France is finding every way to destroy them because they realize that without them, they are having challenges. So there's so much into what the African spirituality can do, but because what we do, if it's not scientific, what is it? If it is not scientific, what is it? To put heads together and you'll be able to know the future? What is it? And if you know the future, is it not a scientific knowledge enough to be able to know what to plan and how to plan and to be able to achieve? So, public relation. Yes, there are so many scientific things because the medicine that we do, even are they not scientific? Yeah. So, yeah. And then we have Abdul Hamid in Mali saying, "Good evening, Father. I hope everyone is doing well." Hello, Hamid. Yes, we are doing very well, and thank you very much. And Hamid went to say the sound is very good. Thank you very much. I think everything is in order today, so you are getting the best of the sounds today. Hope you are fine. Hope everything is fine with you. Thank you very much for joining today's section. And then we have Tobe Jigbezan Sesoka, say greetings and good day, Papa. Bokor Enuledo. Tobe Jigbezan Enuledo. America Medena Nudo. Woli Wofun. Akpe. Thank you very much. Hope your health is improving. Let us chat after my live session. I want to know what changes are happening in your life. I'm grateful for you joining the section. Okay, let's go on to other places and answer some few questions again. Okay, we have our brother Charles Graham from the UK say, "Good afternoon, Togbe. Hope you are well and thank God for your life. The same way I thank God for you. Please, Togbe, is Krachi Dente part of Ewe Vodu? Thanks." Krachi Dente originally is not part of Ewe Vodu, but it became part of Ewe Vodu for those people who have gone to work with that spirit. Because Krachi Dente originally was from the mountains of Latte, Akwapim Latte, where we have the Akonadi. So Krachi Dente and Akonadi, according to our mother, my mother, my stepmother who brought me up, they are the custodians of the Krachi Dente. Her family are the custodians of the Krachi Dente shrine in Karachi. And she told us that Akonadi and Dente were together. But then there was a situation where Dente, as a spirit, has owed something that it couldn't pay. So it moved away from Latte all the way to where it is. So the name actually was Kachiu, means Ka as in debt. Debt has catch you or caught you. That's why the name of the town became Kachi, and it became Krachi. So the Dente is not an Ewe Vodu as in originally, but Ewe Vodu usually are from different places. So people have Dente as a spirit, and they have the shrine, and a lot of people, not one, almost everywhere in Ewe land, they have Krachi Dente. And even in my Togbe Jopata shrine, Dente is part of the Jopata that I have. So originally it is from Ketekrachi or from Latte before moving there, but people work with it all over, and it works with people. Even I have a very good friend who is in people we call Konufia, or people who are in charge of rituals for villages as a chief. He was telling me they have a Dente shrine that people had not been attending to for a long time, and somehow they were going to have a festival, but rain wasn't falling, so he had to go to the Dente shrine and start praying. And when he started praying, then the rain started falling so that the farm can have rain and crops will come. So it is one of those things. So Krachi Dente is not originally an Ewe Vodu, but it has found its way into Ewe, just like how Atigeri, which we call in Ewe Atigali, but the name is Atigeri, but then we corroborated the name to Atigali. And it's not originally Ewe Vodu. It's from the northern part of Ghana and all to Burkina and other places. But somehow the Ewes are able to work with it. My grandfathers, my grand uncles and all this in work with Tigeri. When I was growing up, I have seen them demonstration and performing so many things. So it is it's not originally an Ewe Vodu, but it is working with Ewes, or Ewes have gone to take it and work with it, and it's working with most Ewe people. Thank you very much. Then we have Heru Asakara. Amen. He said, greetings, Baba. Greetings to you too, Heru Asakara. Amen. Thank you for joining today's section. It's almost 2 hours ago.
Yes.
Well, how come? We were on TikTok. Okay. And okay. And then we have Deus Caristas also. He said, hello, Togbe. Hello, Deus. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. I'm grateful. And then we have our brother Dinendra Toma saying hello from the UK. Hello from Canada. Hello, Dinendra. How are you? Thank you for joining the section. You can ask questions here, and I'll try to answer it so other people can also learn from it. Thank you very much. We have our big sister Ifa Dara. Say Elache, Papa Christopher and family. Thank you very much, big sister. I hope you are well. I hope everything is well with you. We are on ReVodution Voodoo Education live section. And there you have Timilei John Aderemi. Say thank you, Papa. Greetings and thank you very much, Timilei. Hope you are fine. Hope everyone is fine with you, from your children and everything. You are all fine. Then we have Olala Fe Egbetoi. Thank you very much, my brother, for joining. So I meant blessings to you, Bokor, Papa Christopher Voncujovi. I'm grateful to you. Thank you very much, Egbetoi. We are very grateful that you joined. Thank you very much. And we took so long to come to answer to read your this. Thank you very much. Then we have Supremo Uche. Say, Papa, greetings. I have this question on my mind for a while now. People close to you will be the ones never like what you do. Why is it that, Papa? It's human nature. It's human nature. Human nature is such a, you see, I think what do you call him? Michael Jackson sang a song. So why human nature? It's human nature. Some people close to you may not like you because they are competing with you secretly. If people close to you are not competing with you secretly, they will like you. But if they are competing with you secretly that you are not aware of, and you open your heart to them, they will not be happy with your progress or anything. So they are the ones who will hate you. So it is just human nature. It's not anything. It's human nature. Thank you very much, Supremo Uche. I'm very grateful for that. And then we have Luke Lampte. Say great work. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you for coming on the program. And we have your sister here. There. And then we have Sila Ameji. Say good evening, Papa. Hope you are doing good and everyone else. May the soul of Bokor rest in peace. Yes, Bokor Ajoge has passed on. And may his soul rest in peace. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sila. How is Afanyu? I hope you both are fine. Then Luke Lampte says, please, I want to ask that when you do a protection, when must you renew it? Okay, we usually, I had answered that question, but we usually do a renewal of protection depending on the spirit. Like a kind being like this, the real time that when they made it for me, I was told that every 5 years I should change the herbs. But now that I have a shrine of my own and I am doing a yearly thanksgiving to them, I change the herbs every year, if I am able to have the chance and opportunity, I change the herbs every year so that I can keep it strong and alive. But in case I don't have time, then I leave it maybe 2 or 3 years before I change the herbs. So it depends on the spirit that they are giving to you. Every spirit has their own timing. So it is that the spirit that is given to you is what will determine how soon and how quick you have to renew it. There are some spirits that when they are given to you, you don't need to renew it. You just have to keep praying to it regularly, and its power will be charging. Like I use the telephone, the mobile phone as an example, where if you see that the power is coming down, you plug it in and it recharges again. Please, the screen is gone. So that's what it is. For renewal, it depends on which spirit that you have. There are some people, the spirit has been given to them up to now. They have not renewed it, but it's working for them. If the spirit is working, then there's no need for renewal. But when you have a chance to renew it, you will renew it. Thank you very much. But most spiritualists, for every year, they do something to renew or to enhance or to boost the power of whatever they are working with, which is normal, because we even those who are Christians, they celebrate every year. They celebrate Christmas, they celebrate Easter, and during that Easter and Christmas time, people make new what do they call it, resolutions, and say that, oh, this year I will do this, I will do that, I will try to achieve this and that. So it is up to you how soon and how often you want to renew or empower the spirit that you work with. Thank you very much, Luke Lamte, for that. And then we have Sila Ameji saying, Papa, please, what if the man breaks up with the first woman before meeting the second woman? Is this still the same? Yes, it is still the same. It is still the same. This is a spiritual, and it's the same. That's why even if you are married, a man marries 2 wives. Listen very carefully. If a man marries 2 wives or more than 2 wives, and all the women live in the same house, if they all live in the same house, it is not very advisable that these 2 women should be eating in the same bowl. Unless, of course, if the man has done some protection for them all. And when one of them passes on, I have seen it myself. When one of the women passes on, the other woman will be locked up in a room until the one that passes on is buried and is no more in the house before they will open the door for her to come out. She can be doing everything in a room, but they will not let her come out, especially when the dead body of the other rival is out. But a lot of people make this mistake and think that, oh, these are olden days things, it doesn't matter. And people get deaf from it. Sometimes people go to a funeral and come back home and sleep and they don't wake up. They don't even know why. Not that they were sick or anything, but because there are certain things, certain energies at play, which they did not know. And they think that, oh, I will just go because you want to show that you love the person. Even sometimes you even know that that person is not your friend, but you want to please other people by saying they want to see that, oh, I am a good person, I will go. You will die. If you don't die, you will get sick. So that's what it is. So even if they are no more together, even if the 2 women, how would I say, if the woman who was first or second, whatever, is no more with the man, when the person is sick, don't go there. It is still at play, because there are energies that are fighting each other. Then we have Charles Graham here. He said, good afternoon, Togbe. I hope you are well. Please, is the Krachi Dente Shrine in Ewe Vodu Shrine? Thanks. Okay, that's a question I answered already. Yes, we use them. We use Krachi Dente, even though originally it's from the north or from Kete Krachi. And then we have Olalefe Egbeto. He said, Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, when I attend your next divination class, does this connect me to your community? No, divination class is only a class that we are teaching people how to do divination with the cowries. So I don't understand, or I don't know what you mean by whether that connect me to your my community. But we are just teaching divination about the cowries, how people can use cowries to divine and to know what it is. So that's the cowrie classes are for that. But connecting to my community, you would have to explain more to me what you mean by that. Then I can confirm if yes or no. So Egbetoi, thank you very much. Then we have no, there's someone at the top. We have we have Sindinendra Toma. We have already gone through that, and then we have Deus Caritas S. He said, my question is, will our individual essay or destiny always be successful in accomplishing what they intend in our lives? Thank you. Yes, of course, Deus Caritas. You see, for your essay to work for you, you have to set it up. Your essay came with the negative side, which we call essayvo. And since you don't know your essay and you don't know your essayvo, for you, you are just saying, my destiny, my destiny. You don't know whether your destiny is against you or your destiny is for you. So to work with essay, if the negative one is stronger than the positive one, so it will be the negative things that you will be experiencing. Just like being at a place at the wrong time, falling into a problem. It's not your wish, but that's what your essay, a negative essay, has placed you in a place, and then you fall into trouble. Sometimes associating with some wrong people will bring you a problem, and you'll be locked up for life. That is your negative essay. So for your essay to work for you, you will have to know how to work with your essay. That's why the Ewe song of Menya Wonau, Essay Undo Menya Wonau, which simply means to be able to work your essay and get the best benefit out of it is not an easy task. To give birth to a good children and successful children, it depends on your essay. To get a husband or a wife, so that your wife and you will have the same understanding and things will be good for you in marriage, it depends on your essay. To be rich and to be successful in life, it all depends on your essay. That's why the Ewe's essay is more celebrated than all the three deities or gods in our Trinity. Because essay is said to be you, the one that sent you as an individual into this world, that God that sent you into this world to do whatever assignment they have given to you. So it is good to know it and know what assignment that destiny father or destiny mother, we call it essay dada, sent you to do. And without knowing the assignment or the business you have come to do in this world, you will just be perambulating, going in a circle, try this, try that. You see any man who has dick, you jump. You see any woman who gets breast, you jump. You never know who actually is your partner. But then when you do your essay and you know this thing, they will tell you certain things that you should avoid, certain people that you should cut off, certain kind of places you should not visit. And that essay, the positive essay, will work for you. But if you don't do that, after all, whatever the essay came into the world with or for is what you will achieve. And if it is not in a proper way, then you are in trouble. So our essay will achieve whatever it has come into this world to do, but we first have to know what it has come to do in this world, and then we go alongside with it and be able to achieve. Thank you very much. There are certain people in their destiny, they are not supposed to have children. By having children, they may die. Or they may have children and the children will be disrespectful to them. And through that, they will have challenges. There are some people who are not supposed to marry a light-skinned woman or a fair-skinned, fair complexion man. But since they don't know, maybe that's what looks more beautiful to them than what they are. And there are some people also who are not allowed by their essay to associate with dark-skinned people. But without knowing all this things, maybe for a person like me, let me use myself as a sample. Maybe I like dark-skinned women. But maybe that is not my destiny. Or I like the fair-skinned women. But it is not in my destiny. But that is what my desire is for. So me, I will be chasing, and at the end of the day, I'll be having problem and having a problem, but I did not know why. I will just think that at the end of the day, the woman is not good, but it is probably, or the man is not good, but it's probably your destiny who doesn't, that is not the kind of person you should associate with. So our destinies, you need to know your destiny first before you will know exactly how to work with destiny. Thank you for that beautiful question, Deo Caritas test. I'm grateful. And then we have Henry Fleet. Hi, happy Sunday. Hello, Henry. I think it's been a long time. How are you doing? I hope you're fine. Then Henry Fleet, does binding spells exist? Yes, they do exist. Binding spells exist. Otherwise, there will be no name for it. Whatever does not exist, that does not have a name. But where to find the real one is where your problem begins. And then Egbeto is Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, when Afa is saying to me that I need to go deeper, in your wisdom, will your divination class going deeper? Our divination class is not talking about Afa. Our divination class is talking more of cowries. And the cowries usually answer a yes and a no questions. Cowries do not really go deeper unless with time that you develop a premonition, or you develop what people call the sixth sense, or you develop your what do they call it? ESP, extra perception ability, ESP, sensory perceptive ability. But there's your intuition. Unless your intuition develops, then when you throw the cowrie, you hear a different story in your mind. Then that repeats itself many times, and you know that now when you throw your cowrie, when it falls this way, it tells you some story. When it falls that way, it tells you some story. Then you know. But cowrie divination or cowrie classes cannot give you a deeper understanding of divination. It's mostly yes, no, and then sometimes there is a problem to tell you there's a problem. Somebody ahead of you is this, or somebody behind you, or somebody close to you. But those things come after a long time of practicing, and then your mind can grow and develop those things. However, when you get far and you have Okpele, or the Gumaga, as we call it in Ewe, or Pele, as it is called in Ewe, the Pele, because it's based on the Afa, because Afa is based on a mathematical calculation, which somehow is the base of our modern day computer, the 0101 binary system. Afa will tell you something if the Okpele or the Pele or the Gumaga is properly prepared. Then the Gumaga will be able to pick the information of whatever the person has said on the Aji. And in this case, Aji represents money. Whatever the person has spoken on the money, when the oracle touches it, it picks the information. And then when you throw the oracle, it will fall in a mathematical way. 1 2 1 2 1 2, or 1 1 1, or 2 2 2, or in between. Then this is already set down long before Jesus Christ was born. So when you go into whatever has fallen, then you are able to explain what is happening to the person. And truly, the Afa Pele or Gumaga will pick that information. And that is what we mean by going deeper. So when you go in deeper, you now go and you now tell the person's own story. Whatever is been happening in their life, you tell it to them. And that is what we call proper divination. So most of the cowrie classes or cowrie divinations are mostly yes and no answers until you start to hear and you start to see. So, Edbetoy, that is my take on your question. And if you have a far already, then you have to learn to get the, what do you call it, the Gumaga to use. But if you learn Afa and you are not giving a Pele or you are not giving the Pele or Gumaga, but you were giving the Mary Dilogun, which is also a 16 cowrie divination, or 16 or 17 cowrie divination. That is a little bit similar to Afa. But honestly speaking, I don't know so much about the Mary Dilogun, so I cannot teach it whereby it will speak in the Afa language. But some people who practice and learn the Mary Dilogun may not use the divination chain, but they will use about 16 or 17 cowries and throw it and be able to tell deeper stories. But our Ewe divination and what we teach about the cowrie divination is only between 4 and 7 cowries. And then, of course, sometimes you may have 16 cowries, but I don't teach about those ones because I don't know it so much. It is not as accurate as the chain. I have a friend called Bukari. He's from Burkina. He visited me from Burkina. And he has almost about, I don't know, maybe 30 or 50 cowries. But he's a Muslim. And he will just put it in a bag, and when he throws it down, all will scatter, and he start telling you, because he studied that one, and that's what he knows what to do. So our cowrie divination classes are on the basic yes, no classes, where you can at least know what you are doing is okay or it is not okay. And that's what we have been teaching so far, for how to divine. Hey, come on. That's what we have been doing so far, teaching about how to learn basic divination, that maybe there's a question you wanted to ask and you don't want to understand, and your oracle or your entities with you will be able to tell you that, oh yes, it is okay. No, don't go with it. But as time goes by and you develop that sixth sense, it is very good for you to, you can use the cowries to understand everything. Thank you very much, Egbetoy. And Egbetoy went on to say, Bokor Christopher Voncujovi, I'm seeking to develop my intuition. I also have Ifa since 2016, but I do not want to do the rituals because I cannot handle animals. Then you cannot do, because African traditional spirituality comes with blood. That is the way our ancestors taught us, and that's the way we have been doing it. Muslims kill animal. Christians kill animal. The Hindus kill animal. And I believe that the Jews also kill animal. All of them are okay. But when the African kills an animal, then his own become devilish. I wonder why. So if you cannot do the necessary sacrifices in Afa or Ifa, and because you cannot handle them, then you are not going to be able to achieve what you want to achieve, because the truth is always the truth. That is how it is taught, and that's how it's supposed to be done. Unless, of course, if there's any other way that somebody taught you that you can achieve this thing, then you better go onto that line and learn how to achieve it. Yeah, I will say so. Then I say, can I learn the chain? Will it be what Afa means, learning the wisdom? I believe so, because if you have been giving Afa for long, since 2016, and you should learn the chain, how to throw the chain. But even that one, they have to prepare the chain in such a way that the chain will be able to capture whatever the person has spoken, like scanner, like a scanner scanning whatever someone has spoken on it. It's just like a QR code, is it?
Yes.
Is it QR code? Okay, so AFA is like a QR code, or when you speak your message on the money, it's like a QR code. Then it's on your money. But when AFA goes, the chain goes and scan it, it will pick that QR code and then now break it down and translate it so that you will understand what is in the code. So maybe AFA is asking you to go deeper than for you to learn with the chain, which is very important, and they have to prepare it properly for you so that it should be a real talking chain who can scan a QR code or a message that someone only spoke on money without you being there to pick the information and then translate it bring the codes down for the other people to understand. So Egbetoy, I think you may need to come to Ghana if you really want to go deeper into those divination things. You may need to come to Ghana. And then we have on YouTube, we have our sister Amina Kasim say hello, Baba, and the team. Hello, Amina. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. I'm grateful that you joined. And then we have Latricia. Sure, I say greetings from Minnesota. Thank you very much, Latricia. Thank you. I'm grateful for you joining this section. Let them check the guest toilet and see if we have toilet rolls there. So Tara can do that. Okay, we have someone here say, I don't know, I think we need to, but I'll read from TikTok. We have a GISFX, say my gift card from Central African Republic, and I want to know more about my ethnic banda. I'm very sorry, I don't know anything about ethnic bandas, and I don't come from Central African Republic. We are from West Africa, and I am an Ewe. I don't know anything about banda or anything about Central African Republic. I'm very sorry. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole say, Papa, the U.S. hat is our role as spiritualists. No, I don't know. There is what Luna Nicole. Please bring it up. Let me see who is there. Okay, we have Vic Money say, I need this update. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but thank you for that. And then Michael is saying, hi, hello, Michael. Thank you for to join. And then GIS, we say, my gift card from Central African Republic, and I want to know more about my ethnic banda group. I don't know anything about Central Africa, and I don't know anything about who the ethnic banda group is, so I cannot tell you what I don't know. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole said, Papa, the USAT is our role as a spiritualist. What does that mean? Or what is our role as spiritualists? I don't know. But, Big Sister Luna, please send the question again so that I will be able to answer it for you. I'm grateful. Then Diego Williams said, Daddy, I believe the Voodoo can teach we Africans scientific and the way to build our country if we are honest. Yeah, Diego Williams, our people had built their countries a long time before Europeans came. We were not living in trees as they were talking. Our houses may not be as beautiful as their houses, because at also one time in the European history, they were also living in thatch houses. So there is nothing wrong that the African was living in a thatch. There was nothing wrong that the African was living in a thatch house. Yeah, so our practices are already scientific for that matter. Our practices are already scientific, so it is not that maybe we don't call it science, because we are more inclined towards nature and spirit world than calling it science, because the development of television and telephone and all this thing, these communications have been there long time. Our ancestors could go to a stone and send a message to another place, and those people will receive it. And this mirror that you see in front of me, when I want to do the reading with the mirror, by looking inside this mirror, I can tell you about your generations. I can tell people about something that is happening in a far place, and I can tell about things that you yourself, you don't even know about, or you probably only heard about. I can communicate with people who have died many years back and be able to get informations and share. And those informations will be accurate. It's not an assumption or imagination. And these things have been there a long time. Our ancestors were using it. I could see anywhere I want to see if I tune in. Whatever is happening there, the mirror will tell me. And sometimes I sit here and I'm teaching, and something that I don't know, the mirror can immediately touch my mind and tell me this is what it is. And if I am able to capture that wave at that time, then I translate it. So our way is not unscientific. It's actually scientific, but we have a different way of calling it. We call it spiritual. Because spirituality came out of science came out of spirituality. I don't know whether you have ever heard about alchemists before. Alchemy was people who were mixing things, doing spiritual things, and finally chemistry came out. So whatever we do is not that it's unscientific, but we don't call it science. Okay? Thank you very much, Diego Williams. And then we have a Miss Fashion Home. Say hello from Uganda. Hello, Miss Fashion Home. How are you? How is Uganda? How is Kampala? How is everybody? I hope you're fine. Thank you for joining the section. And then we have Eja AP. Is it Eja AP? Yes. Eja AB. Hello, great man of God, and thank you for the section. Eja AB, we are grateful. Thank you too for this. And then Eja AB, please, if you are a child of a shrine, do you need to renew your protection? Yes, of course. If you are a child of a shrine, whether you are born in the shrine, maybe your parents or the people who were at the shrine did something for you, I believe very strongly that you go back once in a while back home to say, to thank the spirits. So that's also a renewal. So whether you are a child of a parent, even the man who owns the voodoo is always renewing his teeth. How much more you being the child of the shrine? Yes, it is important to do. If you can, you do it. If you cannot, of course, you will be going. And that's why sometimes, so I was given this spirit, but the spirit is now, it did not defend me or did not protect me. There must be sometimes certain things that you did which were like taboos. Maybe, for instance, there are certain talismans or protection made for you. And you will be told that after having sex or having copulation with a partner, you should make sure you take bath before you touch it. Here you are in a place, you made love to your partner, and something happened and you want to put your hand into your wallet or into your bag, and your hand touches what you are keeping. You have somehow reduced its energy. So you need to go and renew it and make it back to its normal. So those things happen. It can happen to anybody, whether you are a priest or you are not a priest. It does not matter. You need to renew when it is important, when it is time to renew. Yeah, thank you very much. Mama Shika is sharing the live. Thank you very much, Mama Shika. Thank you for that. And then Kelly said, good evening. Thank you for sharing. How do we get our kids to care and believe in spirituality as well? It is up to you, the parents. You don't, it is not like, okay, it's up to you, the parent. To get your kids to understand spirituality, it's up to you, the parent. If from the very beginning you did not introduce them to spirituality, when they grow older, after other people had entered other ideas into their mind, how do you expect them to change overnight? It is not possible. So when you have a child, whatever things you do as spirituality, don't hide it from your children. Let them see what you are doing, and what children see, they grow up with, they don't forget. If I take my son Senna, for instance, since he was born as a baby, he had always seen me praying at my altar, and he had also seen people coming to me to seek consultation. From his own childhood, he has been seeing me empowering spirits. And I remember the day my wife was going to give birth to his junior brother. We were at the hospital. I was at the hospital with Senna. He was just about a year and a half. Yeah, he was about one and a half years old. We were at the hospital, and when they were taking the mother to the theater, she was on the stretcher. Senna went on the mother's this and said on the mother's stomach at the hospital. And before they wheeled her mother, his mother into the theater. And then 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, she has delivered his junior brother, Pele, who is now a big boy, even looks bigger than Senna. So when you are a father or a mother or a parent in general, you don't hide your spirituality from your children. There are a lot of people who hid their spirituality from their children. When they are going to church, they bring their children to church, or they are going to mosque, they bring their children to mosque. And people are teaching them the way of the mosque. But the private thing that the parents or the mother or the father does, they don't expose it to the children. So how will the children know? So if you want your children to be spiritual, you have to start them from very early age. Don't let other people contaminate their brains and their minds with other beliefs which are not real. And they will go up with that. And when they grow up, you are trying to force them to come to your way. You did not introduce them to it. They will not know it. So that is how you will combat it. Yeah. But that's how you will teach your children. But if you have not done it and your children are old, it is difficult for you to educate them. They will take their time to understand. But you must have some proofs, reality proofs for them to believe or not to believe. Yeah, thank you very much. Then we have a big sister, Luna Nicole. Say, Papa, I asked what is our role as spiritualists in the US to combat in TikTok is giving me trouble with submitting my question. Okay. So I'm tempting to ask, how do we as spiritualists combat the corruption in the USA? There is nothing you can do. Because are you going to go fighting everybody because they are corrupt? They'll kill you. Corruption is money for somebody. You don't combat corruption. What you do is that teach yourself that I don't want to be corrupt, and teach your children and people close to you not to corrupt themselves. But how are you going to combat corruption? Spiritualists don't hold gun. You can only show by example and teach by example. There's nothing you can do to say we are going to combat. What about the corruption in Africa? The corruption is there, and that's the person's way, and that's what they think. But everything that you do has a price to pay, or there's a reward for it. So you are not going to be able to go and combat any corruption because you are a spiritualist. No spiritualist had ever gone to combat any corruption. Corruption has been here with us from time immemorial. Otherwise, in the Bible story of Cain and Abel wouldn't have happened, where Cain has to kill his brother Abel, or which one killed which one, I don't know. Who killed who? Kill Abel. Yeah, so is it not corruption? It's because he was jealous of what his brother was doing, and that. So it is part of that has been always there. So don't ever think that you are going to change anybody or you are going to combat corruption. But what you can do, make sure you yourself, you are not corrupt, and people closer to you are not corrupt. Or at least you can tell them, if they choose what you say, they will not be corrupt. But if they don't know, and if they feel that corruption, or to take something from someone, somebody who the thing doesn't belong to them, but they will take it by force, like most people in the Western countries are taught. Yeah. For our tradition, that's why you don't see our people going to war to be killing other people. Maybe within tribes, they fight because of some property or land or something. They fight because of that. But we don't go colonizing people and go and kill them and take their things and go away for no reason. So for you to combat corruption in the USA, there's no way. Just make sure you yourself, you are not corrupt. And whatever you do it in a very straightforward way. People may not like you, but tell them the truth, whether they like you or not. You may not be favored from many angles, but tell them the truth. If someone comes to work with you, tell them the truth that you are not God, you are not spirit. What you have done for them, you have done it for them. And you did it the best to your ability and what was in your instructions. But the person may want things to happen quick. It is then when somebody who is corrupt will start to say, okay, then we have to do this. You have to bring more money. Oh, we have to do that. You have to bring. That will never change anything. So try as much as possible just to stick to your truth. Whether people like it, they are putting pressure on you, or they are not putting pressure on you. Stick to the truth. What you were told by the Spirit will follow that. So no one can combat corruption anywhere, not only in the US. Because people who are corrupt, they also have their own way and they have their own understanding. They feel that's the way of life. But it's not my place to tell them not to be corrupt. But I can teach my children that the corruption is not good. And if my children take it, yeah, that's it. But then I, as a father, I must show that by example. And if my children see this is the way I am, they probably will pick that one from me, and they will also tell their children tomorrow that this is the way of life. Thank you very much, Big Sister Luna Nicole, for that question. And then we have a... No, he said, so we just have to wait for the bombs to drop, Papa? What are you going to do? What will you do? Are you more powerful than the people who are holding those guns? And is there a way you can go and stop them? You can protect yourself. Like, just pray they don't hit us. No, you protect yourself. You cannot go protecting everybody because you don't have that power to be able to influence everybody, because people have their mind. This is the problem a lot of us have. What does not concern you, Afa always says it. What doesn't concern you, don't get yourself involved. You are not Jesus Christ coming to save the world. What does not concern you, then don't get involved. But what concerns you, make sure you are able to do it and do it in a proper way. God, what are you going to do? Wars have been here before Jesus was born. And even Jesus Christ had been killed. If he had power to be able to defend himself, he would have defended himself. But he let things go because that is human nature. Prophet Muhammad had been here, and people chased him here and there. They wanted to kill him and all this thing. Whether they were able to kill him, this thing, I don't know so much. But he also passed on and went into where he came from. He came and did his part. So You are not Jesus Christ. That's what my old man used to tell me. You cannot take the whole world's problem upon yourself. But after all, who are you? Who are we? An individual that you want to put the whole problem on yourself. I don't do those things. I take care of myself and I take care of my immediate problem. If there's bombing going around this area, if I have to run away with my children, I'll run away with them. I'm not going to sit down and say I'm going to face them because I'm a spiritualist. I don't do those things. I'm not the father of the world. If there's God in the sky, or if there's God ever, there is a God that will do, then the God should be able to be the one to protect people from attacks. I will protect myself with the knowledge that I have from attacks. No, a lot of people carry unnecessary problems upon themselves when it is not their place to worry about it. So if they throw the bomb, if some people survive, haven't they? Even the plane that has just fallen in India, somebody survived. Why he survived and other people died? Do we have any explanation? So they can throw bomb, but people survive. We cannot carry other people's karma upon ours. And you don't know what those people's karma are, why they have to be in a position where a bomb will drop on them. So please, be a good spiritualist and don't get involved into other people's problems. You will just be worrying yourself because you can't. And then GISF said, what is safe way for beginners like me to start ancestral communication? First thing is to do spiritual consultation, and then you will be led on how to start communicating with your ancestors. Then the big sister Luna Nicole said, okay, Papa, thank you very much for understanding. Okay, we have Simon Sinclair here. Good evening, Christopher. Thank you. And very enlightening section. I am learning every time. Thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. But you see, I shouldn't call you Desmond. I shouldn't call you Mr. Sinclair. Hello, Desmond. Thank you for joining. I'm grateful. Yeah, our purpose here is to teach people, our people, about our ways as far as our traditional spirituality is concerned. That's what we do here. We are teaching our people to accept themselves the way we are. As I said earlier, we are not Europeans, and we should, whether you are born in America or born in Britain, if you are a black person, you should not make yourself look as if you are European. Your parents, or you are there only to make a living to come and back home. And even if you don't want to come home, you are trying to survive. But don't try to be what you are not. Thank you. And then we have Kudi Yaro say, Papa, all are there spells, rituals which don't require initiation before you cast them? Yes, there are. There are so many rituals that can be done, or spells that can be done without having initiation. But the person who is going to cast the spell must be initiated. And he can cast it for other people without the other people getting initiated. But because if you are not initiated into what spell you want to cast, how will you be successful? Somebody needs to introduce you to the way, and that is what is called initiation. So supposing I am initiated in using this Zibizaba. Okay, this is a spirit. It's a what do you call it? A whistle of a spirit. The spirit itself is there. We call Zibizaba. I have been initiated into it, and I use the Zibizaba to help people. So someone comes to me and having some challenge, and I need to ask Zibizaba, but I am initiated, so I can send Zibizaba on behalf of the person to go and do the work for the person. That's what it is. But if you, who is not initiated into the Zibizaba, and you want to use the Zibizaba, how will you be able to use it? It is not possible. But people can cast spells for you on your behalf, because they have gotten the spell or they are initiated into the spell or the technique. The technique of using it is what is called initiation. You know, a lot of time people thought that initiation is something so big that you have to know. Some initiations are just 1 minute, 2 minutes, but it is called an initiation because you need to be introduced to a spirit. Without being introduced to a particular spirit, you cannot work with it. Other people who are introduced to that spirit can work with it on your behalf, but you cannot. Then we have a Kudiyaro again. Example, love spell to win a court case. Love spells do not, love spell to win court cases, knife to which are just formulas but don't need you to get initiated into its voodoo before it works. No, if you want to win a court case, you cannot cast any spell and then you win a court case if the person who is doing it has not been initiated. The person doing it must have a connection with the spirit, and the connection with the spirit is what is called initiation. That's how the Ewe formula is. Always you must be initiated into a spirit to be able to connect and work with the spirit. If you want to wash your head, or somebody's wash your head on behalf of someone who is going to court for the person to be won, the person whose head is going to be washed does not necessarily need to be initiated. But the person who is going to wash the hair on behalf of another person needed to be initiated so that when he says the things, that the words that will go with the spell casting, then it works. Without that, no, it doesn't work. If you are not initiated or introduced to a particular way, you can never know it. Even in ordinary life, if you go to learn computer, you can buy a computer from the shop. You have money. You can buy a computer. But when you bring the computer home, maybe there's a manual that you have to read to set it up. And then when you read that manual, the manual will introduce you to the computer, how to use it. And then after you set it up and it's working, then you have to buy or download certain applications that will help the computer to function well. And those applications will have some way of telling you what to do before you download. These are called initiations because you are being introduced to the thing through either by reading a book, they will give you this thing, or someone as a teacher is teaching you, okay, you want to do decoding. This is what you do. Do this, do that. That's called initiation. But in the spiritual aspect, so it is also that somebody has to introduce you and tell you what to do so that you can be successful. Without it, you can be playing with your computer without reading any book and you think that you know it. You only crash it. So life in general, before people learn anything new, they need to be taught. That teaching that is done to give you idea is called initiation. So in the spiritual world, they need to teach you by a certain standard and say this and this, or this will be what you should do if you want it to work. So I don't know how people understood what initiation is at all. And then we have our sister Amina Kasim says, Christians and Muslims don't hide their spirituality. Why should those of us practicing African spirituality? You know, see, Christians and the Muslims are not practicing spirituality. They are practicing religion. It's a religion they are practicing. They are not practicing spirituality. Most Christians who say, oh, we are spiritual, they are not spiritual. They're just religious people who believe and have faith. Africans do not use faith and belief to do things. We will do things practical. But of course, there is a Christian, put it off. No, just don't remove it. But there is also the Christian spiritualists who do not expose themselves to the public, and there are also Muslim spiritualists who are completely not open and to the public until you come to them. Like some of the Malams who use the Quran to do certain things, you need to go to them. But that's not what they teach in the church, the mosque. You need to go to them to assess their knowledge and wisdom. Those are spiritual people, but the majority of Muslims and majority of Christians are just practicing religion. And also some number of people in African traditional spirituality are only practicing the religious aspect of it. They have just a worshiping. They don't do the practical nitty-gritty things to make the thing work for them. And that's what most people have been introduced to, thinking it's just like Christianity, you need to bow down and pray and then pour libation. Pouring libation is this, but there are some practical other things that have been done, especially when you are pouring libation to your ancestors. You also, from time to time, you have to do a reading to find out what is going around you. And if your ancestors demand that you have to feed them or do something, when you do it, then you see results. Thank you very much, Amina, for that beautiful question. And then Kuri Yaro said, are there initiations which don't require you to keep a voodoo and be feeding it? There are so many initiations that you don't have to have a voodoo. Because at my shrine, when I initiate you, I don't give you any voodoo. Unless, of course, if you are having a ring or a bracelet or something, but I don't give you a voodoo. But the voodoos will be with you. And those people who want to have a voodoo will demand that, oh, I want to have the complete voodoo. And then we make it for them. But it's not every initiation that they have to hand a voodoo to you, unless, of course, you request for voodoo. Majority of the people who took initiation at our shrine, we have not given them any voodoo. But wherever they are in the world, when they call the voodoo, it works for them. So there are so many ways of doing voodoo practice, not only carrying a voodoo and feeding it. If you are afraid of feeding voodoo, that's why you don't want to be initiated. You can go to many places and you can tell them. I don't think any shrine is saying that, okay, if we initiate you, then you have to carry the voodoo home. Unless, of course, you demanded that you want to take a voodoo, then they will make the voodoo for you. And most of the time, it will be at a different cost. Thank you very much, Kuri Yaro, for these beautiful questions. We are all learning. I'm grateful. Okay, let's see. Okay, GIS FX is saying, how can I do ancestral consultation? Reach out to anybody who knows how to divine, a diviner, or Babalawo, a Bokor, or a Huno who can do consultation for you. Then you can do it. Thank you. Is that finished from there? There are so many there again. Oh, we saw those already.
Yes.
We didn't read that one. Oh, we have read that one too. We've done with that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So let's check other platforms and see. Okay. Then we have, I think, have we answered that one?
Yes, please.
Olale comes.
It's a new one.
Okay, Ola Lamfe Egbeto is a Christopher. What is the difference between Afa, Ifa, and Fa? It's the same thing. The Aves call it Afa, and some Aves just shorten it, say Fa. The Yorubas call it Ifa. It's the same thing. It's not in it. I think the Igbos also call it Afa. And other people who are not Yorubas also call it Afa, but the Yorubas call it Ifa. Yeah. So it's the same thing. There's nothing difference between them. It's just a language and a dialect. Ethnic groups calling it different things. Then we have the old characters say, I'm sorry, I asked a lot of questions about destiny, but I want to understand. When you say your destiny sent you to accomplish some things in this world, what do you mean? How can my destiny have a mission, but I don't know? Yes, that is why you have to find it out. Your destiny has a mission. In every cosmology, we have three entities who are regarded as supreme gods. That is the Trinity. One of them is Mauga Sobolisa, or people call it Segbelisa, or Segbolisa. That god is believed to be like a chameleon. It's always changing. It is not just stagnant. That's why the name Sebo or Sobo Lisa. Lisa is chameleon. And you know, chameleon is always changing. When it sees something, it adapts to it. Whatever it sees, it adapts to it. That is one of the first of the Trinity. The other one is Mau Ga Kiti Kata. Other Ewe tribes or ethnic groups within the Ewe or the dialect will have other names for it, but we have that Mauga Kitikata, that which is destroying whatever is being created and reforming it. Always. But then the three of them work together. The last one is Mauga Ese, which we call destiny. That's why you have the name Esena, Seto, Seli, Selinam, Sechuafia, Sebuabe. All kind of Ese. It's one of the gods in every Trinity. So this Mauga Ese is regarded as the mother of creation of human beings. Not the creator of trees, not the creator of animals, but the creator of human beings. And each human being is different from the other according to how that God created them. That's why we call it the God of destiny. And each one has their own purpose on this earth to come and accomplish. It is also believed that when you are on this earth, you will find a way to know what to do to live here and accomplish the mission that your destiny has sent you for. The Ewes give these names to their children with the thought that they will be able to emulate what their destiny has sent them to do. So you can come into this world that you can, because you don't know where you are coming from in the beginning. How will you know what is your destiny? When you were born a baby, do you know where you came from? You don't even know. You don't even know your left from your right. So how will you be able to know your destiny if you don't look for what your destiny is? That's what I mean. And to find your destiny is to get destiny rituals and also get initiated into Fa. Once you get initiated into Fa, you know the blueprint of your purpose here on this earth. The Ewes will do the Voodoo way of aligning your negative destiny with your positive destiny so that the negativity will not overwhelm you or work over you so that you will fail. That's why we do the negative destiny removal. And you can ask many people that we at African Magic Temple have done negative destiny removal for. They probably will tell you that since that negative destiny rituals have been done for them, they've seen a very major change in their life. You will see it. It's clear. It's not like believe it. You don't need to believe it. It will show. That's why we say that destiny is everything. So if you don't know your destiny, you have to find it. It's like the question you are, how can my destiny have a mission, but I don't know? You cannot know, because what do you know about yourself? It's not somebody who told you your name is like this. When you were born, is it not somebody who gave you a name? Why is it that when you were born, you didn't give name to yourself? So that question doesn't exist. How can't I know it? You have to look for it before you know it. Your destiny is your inner self. It's different from your physical body. When you die, your physical body will die, but your destiny will not die. You carry on whatever you accumulated. I think at one time I used the SIM card in a phone to represent that. The SIM card inside a phone is like the destiny of the phone. Whatever numbers you put on the SIM card or the information you put on the SIM card will remain on the SIM card. Even if the phone has spoiled, if you remove that SIM card and put it inside a new phone, you will get your information. So your destiny is more like a SIM card inside you, and it doesn't get destroyed. So whatever you have accumulated on it from here is what will remain on it, and in another lifetime, you carry it on. That's why in the Eastern philosophy of Hinduism, Buddhism, and all this, they say, man, know thyself. Try to know yourself. They are not talking about whether your hands are long or your eyes are big or your nose is tall. No. They are talking about knowing your inner self. And that inner self is like a SIM card in you, which stores memory or data. And the data that you carry over will be there, and you may store a new one or need to add to it. So that's what the destiny is all about. So your destiny can come into this world. You will not know why you are here. You will just be going around. And if you are lucky to meet people who can teach you and guide you, then you begin to understand what is the purpose of your coming into this physical world. So your destiny is different from you. It's your inner self. It's the one that keeps the memories. Okay, let's move up. Okay, and then Olalefe Egbetoyi said that thank you, and thank you to my brother. Thank you very much. Then we have Deus Caritas. With all due respect, do you think it is okay to do these things and be involved with a religion? Yes, it's up to you. Because when you become wise, why do you go to ignorance again? It is like being in class 1, and then you have gone to university and you learn university lessons. Now you said, oh, because I like class 1, so let me go back to class 1. That's up to you. It's all up to you, because you can't learn something that gives you reality and still want to go back to what is just a dream and build on faith. It's up to you. Nobody stops you from practicing. I have so many Bokors who are, what do you call it, Muslims. But only we don't have too many Bokors that are Christians. But if they are Christian, then they are just hiding their Bokor or their Ifa practices. But if you go to Nigeria, a lot of the Babalawos are either Muslims or Christian. I don't think they have too many Christian Babalawo, but they have most Islam. I think it gives chance. That's why people still practice Islam, even though they are Babalawos. But for us who have been in Christianity and been in Hinduism, when we saw the light and we saw reality, we don't go back to ignorance anymore. But it's all up to each individual. It depends on your destiny. If your destiny says that you will never find a way while you are in this life, you will only be dancing in church and be doing praises and thinking you are worshiping. But if your destiny wants it to guide you to the path where you will know and you dispel ignorance and have knowledge and wisdom. Our logo, what do you call it? African Magic Temple. Our motto is, or is it motto?
School of Enlightenment.
It's called African Magic Temple, the School of Enlightenment and Wisdom. That's it's under our logo, the School of Enlightenment and Wisdom, because we dispel all your doubts and everything, telling you this is it. And when you see it happening in reality, no one will have to tell you that it is working. If it's not working, you don't need to follow. We don't follow things that do not work. We follow what works. It's not just making things that are not working, but we are following. No, we don't believe in that. So I think there is, let me greet the Deus, this thing. So with all due respect, these things and do involve in religion. For example, I like Islam, but now I know the reality of Voodoo. I feel like a hypocrite when I hear the sermon against the practices. How can a diviner practice but still be religious? That is up to that person. Maybe he's only been brought up in that way and he feels that if he's not a religious, people will not give him the kind of respect that he wanted. Some people are hypocrites, but we are not. We decided to teach ourselves and follow the right thing. I go to church sometimes when somebody dies and they are going to church. People are scared that maybe when I go to church I'll fall down. It's the pastor who will fall down, not me. Last I went to my cousin's funeral, and I went to the church. I was standing and everybody was looking at me. I was also singing the song they were singing. I don't have any problem with that because actually I grew up in that church and I have not even been to that chapel for long. So I used the opportunity also to join them. Maybe some people say, hey, this Jujuma is going to fall down, or God will come and beat it. It's all a joke, you know. The truth is always the truth. And our people, especially black people, they like ignorance. They like to remain in ignorance because we always want the easy way, which naturally made us to find it difficult to live our lives. Because when you know something is not working, but you are following it because of others, you want people to say that you are also a good person. You're going to church, you are not getting any benefit. But every day you go to church because people are going to church. What for? Is it for the association? That's what you wanted? Or is it self-deceit? It's up to the people who do so. Me, I would not go. Yeah, if it's a day when there's a festival and I'm invited to come, I'll go. But then I don't carry what they are saying there because I don't think they have anything new to give me. Please open this info. I don't think they have anything new to teach me. So I cannot go to university and later go to class 1 and sit down and say, I want to learn from class 1 people. Then we have Bob McLeroy saying, Papa, is initiation to far the only way to know your destiny and be guided to it? How about just a reading like Abochi or Aboti will not give you deeper insight? No, Abochi cannot give you any deeper. Abochi will probably tell you that go and get initiated into Fa. If that's what it feels that's the way. Abochi will not give you any deeper and teach you the way of your destiny. It can guide you and tell you that, oh, you are born a spiritual child. It can also tell you that, oh, maybe in your past life you were a Bokor or you were a Huno. But all those things, it can give you those things, but it's not going to give you all the blueprint of your destiny. Because even afar as it is, mode into which you are initiated in all that for you to know what your destiny is. So Abochi will not give you that. But Abochi can tell you a lot of things, but it's not going to tell you that this is your destiny. It can tell you that, oh, you are a spiritualist in your past, or you are a thief, you were a thief in your past life, or you were that, you were this. But it's up to you. to do what you want to do. But Abochi's guidance is to tell you to go too far, because Abochi is a spirit, and it also connects with all other spirits. Abochi is a divination tool to look at things and tell you. If it is Afa that you need to get your total destiny, or they have to set up a destiny for you, Abochi will tell. But Abochi is not going to come and draw your destiny's blueprint for you. It will tell you and guide you to where you should go and get it. Please move the cursor. I'm going to close soon. Olanle Fe Egbeto is a Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. If a person learns Afa chain, do I need to learn a different order of the Meiji, the Holy Odu? Is the same order and different stories? Yes, because the order in which the Afa do or the Odus fall, they come from the young one, or from the oldest one to the junior one. So if you don't learn the sequence, Professor Emeritus is standing there, and somebody is only just a professor, they will give respect to the Professor Emeritus because he has gone through professorship to that point. So that's how the Ifa is. It falls according to order. Then you need to learn that order in order to be able to know what Afa is and be able to tell what Afa is actually saying. There are Bokors who are making mistake by using a junior one in the senior to represent the junior. And such Bokors always make mistakes, and people are dying through their hands because whatever Afa has told them, they misinterpret it and they destroy people. So you need to learn the Afa. At least you need to know the Meijis, the order Odu first, and then slowly the stories will come. You now merge the stories with the Odus. Thank you. And then we have Bob McLeroy again. So there is no way to know your destiny without being initiated into. Of course, you will not know the blueprint. You can have your destiny set up, but if you want the blueprint of your destiny, in every culture, it is through initiation or into Afa. I don't know other cultures. Maybe in another culture, which is not every culture, they can do something for you to know your destiny. I don't know. But in every culture, to know your destiny and know the blueprint of your destiny, you need to be initiated to Fa. That's why after setting up your destiny for you, some readings will tell you that you should go and get initiated into Fa in order that you should know what exactly your purpose on this earth is. Like me, I was born in a Christian home. My mother was a Catholic and my father was a Protestant or Evangelical Presbyterian. My grandfather was a traditional priest. My aunties, my grandmother was a traditional priestess and all this. But I was brought up in a Christian way, and that's what I believe. But it got to a point I realized that I wasn't getting enough. Something was disturbing me, and the Christianity wasn't giving me enough. So I started searching for other ways. And I joined Charismatic Church when it first came into my country. Those in the 1970s, when Charismatic Church came, because they started preaching very, very vigorously to make you believe that they are the ones who are coming to give you God. So I, as a young boy, I jumped into it. I couldn't find what I wanted. Then I moved out into yoga. Then I finally ended up in India to get initiated into priesthood, where I became a sannyasi, brahmachari, celibate sannyasi or priest. And I was there, I worked for some years, I was a regional priest, but after some time, I still was having some inner restlessness. And I have to opt out, and I wanted to learn magic. I learned magic. I thought magic was the reality. I found that magic was illusion and all these things. So I kept going until I finally had to come back home. When I came back home, before I was reintroduced to what my ancestors were doing, and then I found a meaning in it. And today I sit down here, Hinduism, I can teach about Kabbalah, I can teach about Christianity, teaching people, doing spiritual work. It is in the destiny. In my destiny, I am supposed to have twins, which I had. And my destiny, I'm supposed to be a foreign woman, somebody more lighter skin than me, which I did. So it was Afa that has brought everything to me to tell me whatever I was doing was not a mistake, but it was my destiny's path. And I am very glad that I got it. I was initiated into essay by my old man. But essay, I only work my essay as I was told. And the essay is proving to me that I am working it well. But for me to know what is my purpose as things that I have just mentioned, I didn't know that that is how I am supposed to be until I got far. And far exposed everything and told me what it is. And so when I do this work, I do it with my heart, I do it with my strength and everything in me. And I'm also teaching people that that is what it is. So without getting initiated into far, your destiny can still be set up for you. And it can be working with you, trying to remove the most difficult challenges in your life. But if you want to know the blueprint of your life, the reason you are here, Afa is the only one that I know so far that can give you that direction. Thank you very much, everybody, for today. I think we are done. Let's see TikTok and it said we have Kudi Yaro said, do Zokas require feeding? Yes, they do. Nekuri Yaro said, one last question. Kudi Yaro said, why? Yes, okay. Do Joka require feeding? Yes, they do. Joka requires feeding as well. And then Amina Kasim said, thank you, Baba. Thank you to Amina for joining. I will see you during the week. Thank you very much. All of you, thank you all very much for today's section. I think we have a... Okay, no, there's a GIFX. He said, yes, I'm ready. What are the next steps for the ancestral consultation? Go on to our profile. You can get our number. Have you posted that thing? It's not posted, though. The number is posted. Yes. Okay, so you go into our profile and make a what do you call it? Make an inquiry and everything, and they will tell you. Okay, thank you. And then Aja AB say, I want to come over and meet you. Our number is there. You can always book an appointment if you want to meet me. I am here. And then we have Nana Kokosachi, my brother there. Said, greetings, Toby. Hello, Nana. How are you? It's been a while. Thank you for joining today's section. I'm following you on your page, and I'm listening and then watching you. Thank you very much for all that you are learning to be able to help people. One day I'll also come and learn some things from you. Thank you very much. Because this work, one person cannot know it all. But I believe when we meet physically one day, we will exchange ideas. Thank you very much for joining to this live section. Then Big Sister Luna goes, Papa, why does the oracle sometimes deny initiation if that's the only way to know your destiny? I don't know why the oracle deny people initiation. The oracle knows the future, and knows the past, and also knows the present. And if the oracle said no, the oracle has its own reason. They will say it is not the time. If they say it is not the time, I cannot make it to be. If I go against what the oracle said that it's not the time, but do it, the consequences come, I will have to carry those consequences. So when the oracle says no, the oracle has its own reason. There are so many people who wanted to be initiated into Mami, and the oracle will say no. And then after some time they ask again, and when that time they ask again, the oracle say yes, then we go ahead. People wanted to be initiated into Afa, the oracle will say no. People were ready with money, want to get initiated, but the oracle will say, no, don't initiate this person this time. And I don't. And sometimes even in common reading, there are certain people, when I do a reading and the oracle tells me something that, okay, if I do this ritual for this person, the person will later turn against me, so I shouldn't do it. I will not do it. Maybe I'll think that, oh, because of money, I'll do it and do it. And then if after I have done that and something start happening, how will I, because I've been forewarned already. So when the oracle says no, it is no until the oracle says yes, because we only go through the oracle to do things for people. The oracle has its own reason why they say yes to some people and said no to some other people. So I don't know why the oracle says no to some people. I follow the direction of the oracle. I don't go against it because I have studied it for long and I know it is telling the truth, so I don't go against it. Now please move up small. So, okay, Nana Kokosachi said from the town of Zabrama, I greet you. Hello, I greet all the Zabrama people. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very grateful. Yeah, thank you. We'll be chatting. And then we have Kel say thank you, and thank you, Kel. And Luna Nikos, thank you for your time and teaching. Papa, have a blessed week, everyone. Thank you very much, big sister Luna Nicole. You too have a very blessed week. I'm grateful to all of you for all the beautiful questions that you have sent me, and I am able to, whatever I am able to say about them. Please, if it is not complete next week, we are on next Sunday, we are busy. I will not be live like this, but we will be streaming most of whatever we'll be doing. We'll stream them live and you can watch, and then the following week you can ask me questions. We'll be doing a ritual. Those of you who are here in Accra, Ghana, you can visit the shrine and join us in celebrating the spirits for all the work they have done in this past 6 months for people. There are people's work who are still not yet completed yet. We will be doing rituals to enhance that and to boost that as well. So if you have worked with us and you have not seen the total result yet, don't be worried. You surely find answers. We are going to tell the spirits thank you for the works they have done so far, and people have sent us their thank you contributions. We are going to use those to do the thank you for the spirits, and then we will also put your case across that. We don't know why until now you are not seeing results, but you should all be assured that results will come. I am grateful, and we have Bokor Chibuzo saying good night, Papa. Good night, my brother. Thank you very much for everything. I wish you all a very successful week. Okay, let me pour libation to the ancestors, and then we will close today's chapter. Oh, my dog zieto. Oh, my dog pena togega, mauga sobolisa, mauga kitikata, mauga esse, my dog pe. Yo tobe jokpata, my dog pe. Yo tobe akai, my dog pe. Yo me yo adado kuno nyaga. Onu pupo onu, enu yo no fon onu. Me yo my dog pe. Me yo apeli apekpologodo zagbaja fo fifo no. My dog pe. Me yo afana ngonu, afagbo manjeso. Owure ekwato de me yo keke legba jigbosu ba mo no mi je me do anwoso me do ago na mi opeti keke me yo akla ku ntosi yo aklama me yo togbe glimdo me yo togbe pechuma nyamli me yo korogo ho chiche yo na agojo apenye me vodu peti abochi sakra kama cho ava be adogo me yo mi keke ahana mi keke togbe mama ahana mi na azandu gbe mi bore me je fi ato re gatolo me mi nyata wo kono opeti bokori nyana no sia me je jisia ayingba ma jo flo fokla ingba mo do adikalo onyavle mate kutega gongongo ever akpe. Thank you all very much for being with us until next week. I am off. Thank you.